Coming up on Pet Heroes, a crippling fall leaves an endurance runner stranded in the backcountry. And when a man's vehicle slips 50 feet down a treacherous embankment, his only hope for survival is his Cocker Spaniel.
Hi, I'm Jason McCoy, and welcome to Pet Heroes. Dogs have a unique ability to sense stress, which can often stir them into action. But how do they know what to do and where to go when their masters are in danger? We examined 2 stories of people trapped in remote locations, their survival hinging on the actions of their pets.
Danelle Balangi of Moab, Utah is a mom, a restaurant owner, and a 2-time world champion adventure racer. A sport that combines navigation and orienteering with any combination of cross-country running, mountain biking, climbing, and paddling over extreme distances.
And so I'd come down to Moab to train and just really fell in love with the place. Then I didn't have a dog for several years because I was traveling a lot to compete. But then I really felt like I wanted a dog. I wanted a training partner and a companion. And I was at the puppy rescue, and there was this one dog that really caught my eye, caught my attention. There's something special about him. He was a little bit like the Tasmanian devil. He would literally do backflips and spins. He was super, super hyper as a puppy. He was also supposed to be an Australian Shepherd mix. So with the Australian connection, the name Tasman, I thought was appropriate.
Where's the treats? Where's the treats? Okay, come on, let's go.
And I just returned from a multi-day adventure race in Mexico, and I was looking forward to just getting a couple long, easy runs in as I transitioned from the fall season to the winter season, preparing for snowshoe racing and winter triathlon. It was a sunny day, but it was cool out. Temperatures were just above freezing.
At 11 a.m., Danelle and Taz head out on a trail well off the beaten path in the Moab backcountry.
I was planning on doing one of my favorite loops. It's real rugged, and you head down and cross a small creek, and after about 1.5 miles, there's a left-hand turn. It's kind of hard to see, and I was on the section where you have to scramble up the slick rock to connect to the other Jeep trail. And sure enough, I hit some black ice and my foot slipped out from under me. I kept sliding, and the further I kept sliding, the steeper it got. It was almost like a water slide. There was no way I could stop. I mean, it was so slick that I just kept gaining speed and sliding down the rock. I couldn't see the bottom. I didn't know how far I was gonna go.
After a rapid 40-foot descent and 2-story freefall, Danelle lands hard on a narrow, dirt-covered rock shelf 200 feet above the canyon floor.
First thing I did was touch my legs because I was wondering if I was paralyzed, if I had crushed my spinal cord, and I could feel both my legs. So I thought, okay, this is good. And then I thought, I need to get out. My first reaction was, I got to get out of the canyon. I got to get back down to my truck. And so I tried to stand up so I could walk out, and I couldn't stand. And that's when I realized I had definitely done some damage and that it was going to be a tough journey out.
Taz loses Danelle, but soon finds her at the bottom of her 60-foot drop.
The fact that he made it to where I was made me realize that there was a route out of there. So I dragged myself for about 5 hours, and I had made it just over a 1/4 mile during that period of time.
Daylight is fading, and Danelle is racked with fatigue, hunger, and thirst.
There was a small puddle, and I was able to get a drink of water out of that. And I decided that it would be best, considering it was dark and it was very cold out, if I just stayed there for the night.
As darkness falls and the temperature plummets, Danelle realizes she is in serious trouble. Mangled at the bottom of a canyon, at the mercy of the freezing cold, her only chance of survival rests with her trusted dog, Taz. Coming up on Pet Heroes. With time running out, Taz must find a way to save his master's life. After slipping on black ice while training in Moab's backcountry, world champion adventure racer Danelle Balingi finds herself immobilized and facing deadly sub-zero temperatures.
And I knew that I had to stay awake all night because the temperatures were below freezing, and I would have died of hypothermia if I didn't keep moving. So I started doing small crunches. I wasn't able to sit up all the way, but I was able to lift my head up enough to contract my abdominal muscles. So I moved my arms around and I was able to tap my feet. And I did that all night. And Taz was pretty good. He would lay down next to me, and that helped quite a bit with warmth.
Wendy McClellan, a doctor of veterinary medicine, offers her unique perspective on animal behavior.
Dogs are extremely social animals. They instinctively will huddle together to keep each other warm. They do that with their pups. They keep them warm. They lie together. They do that just to maintain body heat and comfort. It's the pack mentality of, you know, I keep you warm, we keep warm together, and it's nice. You're petting my head, I'm happy with that. I'm licking your face, that makes you feel better, and it works.
The following morning, Danelle resurrects her attempt to crawl out of the canyon, but her body is too broken to make it.
It was probably the most painful thing ever in my life. Even to try to move an inch or 2 inches was very painful. And it kind of set in that I wasn't going to get out of there on my own, that somehow somebody had to realize that I was out there.
Somebody help!
Danelle sustained major injuries. The impact of the fall shattered her pelvis and left her with internal bleeding.
I think Taz realized that something was really wrong. And I could tell by his demeanor he was getting a little down. I think that's when he started to realize, geez, something's just not right here.
Help! Help! Somebody!
Unable to move, Danelle endures a second frigid night in the canyon. After being stranded for nearly 50 hours, her hope is fading.
That's when it really set in that I might not make it. And that's when the reality hit that I was going to die out there. I started thinking a lot about my life and what I had done and what I wanted to do, and my family and my friends. Still can't think about it. And that was probably the lowest moment of my life. And I tried my best to get out of there, and nobody was coming to get me, and I was starting to lose it a little bit.
Somebody help!
Knowing he's her last chance, Danelle implores Taz to leave her side to look for help.
I remember Taz came over to me, and I asked him, Taz, go, you've got to go get help. And he looked at me and kind of tilted his head to one side, and then he turned around and started running down the canyon.
Go! Go, Taz! Go!
Taz races up and down the trail, stopping at Danelle's truck and circling back again, desperate to find help. Though the area is deserted, he refuses to give up. Around the same time, Danelle's neighbor notices that the athlete is gone, but the lights in her home have been left on for 2 straight days. Concerned, she contacts Danelle's parents. They waste no time in contacting Moab police, who immediately swing into action.
Who we were looking for, it wasn't just a lost tourist. We were looking for the best of the best in the world of outdoor adventure athletes. And now they've come up missing in our backyard. And that made me think, oh my gosh, something serious is going on.
On a hunch, police check an old campsite beyond the Amasaback, a popular trailhead, and find Danelle's truck. The call is put out, and a search and rescue team assembles. A mix of police, friends, and volunteers. Among them is longtime Moab resident Bego Gerhardt.
Nighttime temperatures were below freezing, and we were thinking, well, she's probably not wearing much because she's probably out for a training run. That was the best guess.
It occurs to the search team that Danelle might already be dead. Then, they see Taz running toward them up the trail. Having heard them arrive, he wastes no time getting their attention.
When Taz came down the trailhead and saw the rescue crew there, he immediately changed his behavior. He started barking and circling, and that's the pack part. That's where they know, okay, my people are here, I need to rally them and get them to find Danielle. That's instinct. That's what dogs do when they're like, hey, I got something important, follow me. And that's the behavior you see, the circling, the barking, and then running and stopping to make sure you're following them.
Taz runs back the way he came, trying to lead the team back to his master.
I see the dog beelining it up the canyon at breakneck speeds, and I tell our crew, let's see where it's going.
Though Taz often disappears from view, he's careful to ensure the rescuers are always close behind. Danelle is fading, losing hope. But then, her beloved pet returns.
And he was actually wagging his tail, and he started drinking from my puddle.
Danelle is shocked. Maybe Taz doesn't understand how dire her situation is after all.
And that was sort of my lifeblood, and he was drinking, you know, the last bit of water that was in there. But he licked me and he stuck around with me. And then I heard another sound off in the distance.
Help! Help! I'm over here!
Yeah, I found her.
Through his unrelenting efforts to save his master, Taz plays a crucial role in guiding rescuers to Danelle before her injuries and the desert can claim her.
And that's when I went from the worst moment of my life to the best moment, knowing that I was going to get a second chance.
Less than 5 months after surgery, Danelle wins a 12-hour solo female adventure race. For his part, Taz is presented with the SPCA National Hero Dog Award.
Would we have found her in time without Taz's help? Absolutely not. Taz is definitely the mark that changed this event. That dog is truly a hero.
With Danelle and Taz, it was apparent their strong bond. They spent a lot of time together training. Obviously, she took him everywhere. He knew her like the back of his paw. They spent a lot of time. He knew when stuff was right and when it was terribly, terribly wrong. And that, I think, was the drive that kept him going back and forth between the car and her, trying desperately to find help.
I think surviving that accident also has just changed my perspective of life. And now I appreciate every day. He's a good dog and we're best friends. And I think the whole experience has given us a stronger bond.
Next on Pet Heroes, a Cocker Spaniel is a man's only hope after his vehicle crashes down a perilous embankment. We just saw how Taz was able to get help for his master Danelle,
after falling in a canyon and sustaining major injuries. Now we examine the story of a rescue dog named Honey. Michael Bosch is a semi-retired real estate broker who lives with his wife Hara and their 2 dogs, Enrique and Sebastian. But they'll never forget the first dog they had, a very special Cocker Spaniel named Honey.
I asked the Marin Humane Society for a Cocker Spaniel. They gave me a call and they said, "We've got a dog for you." And it was love at first sight. As soon as she came out of the kennel, she jumped in my lap, and that was it. When Honey would sleep at night, she would put her head right on my chest, and I could sort of feel her heartbeat, and I think she could feel mine.
She was a member of the family. She was family. She was more than family.
On this Halloween, Hara is away at their vacation home in Mexico. Michael and Honey head out for an important appointment.
I was on the way to see my cardiologist because I just had a heart attack 2 months before. And every time I would go out or go anywhere, Honey was with me 24/7.
The end of Michael's driveway becomes a narrow dirt road. Off the side of this road is a steep ravine. On a beautiful clear day, disaster strikes.
I was backing out and the sun hit me in the eyes, and I put my hand up to block the sun, and the next thing I knew, I had gotten too close to the edge of the dirt road.
Michael scrambles to shift his SUV into 4-wheel drive, but it's too late.
And the next thing I knew, that we started to turn. The car started to turn. And then we just started rolling over.
Having misjudged the distance to the cliff's edge, Michael's SUV slips 50 feet down the 80-degree embankment below his home.
After we hit, I remember the pain because I had 5 broken ribs, I guess, and my legs were totally numb, and I was a bit disoriented. So I did get my cell phone out of my pocket and opened it up, said a bit of a prayer, and of course I get no connection. So I said, you know, probably my only hope of getting out of here is that if this dog finds somebody and brings them to me. But we're up there on 70 acres by ourselves. And then I heard her scamper up the hill. So I knew that she got up the hill, and I just sort of hoped that she would go find somebody. And the closest person that would have been there would have been my neighbors that lived about a quarter of a mile up this dirt road.
With Michael trapped in the vehicle, it's up to Honey to get help. One of the first things she's going to do is go to the neighbors, somewhere familiar, to look for help. Once she finds someone she trusts, she's going to do everything she can to bring them immediately back to Michael.
But the neighbors aren't home. Honey continues to search the area for help, without success. After 7 hours trapped in his SUV in the remote hills of Marin County, Michael's chances of survival are quickly dwindling. The day fades, but Honey doesn't give up. She finally intercepts Michael's neighbor and is quick to alert her of the desperate situation at hand.
She didn't give up. Similar to Taz, she exhibited that pack behavior where she turned and barked and found someone to follow her back.
Michael hears her approach.
And I started screaming for help for everything I had.
Yes, there's been an accident. Someone's gone over in the ravine.
Then the next thing I know, a fireman arrived and told me that he was going to get me out of there.
After more than 8 hours inside the car,
Michael is extricated and flown via helicopter to Santa Rosa Memorial Hospital.
Because if Honey was not there, Mike would be dead now. There was no way that you could have survived.
They reunited me with Honey, and my assistant brought her to the hospital, and it was just probably the greatest reunion I've ever had. It was just wonderful.
While recovering from his ordeal, Michael learns that Honey had a previous owner before being given to the Humane Society. He's told the dog's previous name was Angel.
So I actually had my Angel looking over my shoulder all the time.
Cocker Spaniels are great companion animals. They bond very quickly. In fact, the term Spaniel comes from Spanish. At the time when they were coming up with the names for breeds, Spain was a place where great lovers were, and they associated this breed with bonding and affection. And also they're very intelligent, so I think both those factors played a part in this story.
Honey's life was cut short when she was struck by a car only a year and a half after the accident. But she will never be forgotten by Michael or Hada.
Nothing can replace Honey, nothing. Whenever I see her picture, I always feel a pull in my heart because she's not there. But she's there with us all the time.
Here is the animal that had saved my life, that had been my closest companion other than my wife. No other pet had really done what she had done.
Danelle Ballingy and Michael Bosch are alive today because of their loyal canine companions. Their dog's desire to call out to the rest of the pack and alert them that the alpha is in distress stems from a universal language that humans and domesticated animals have established together over the course of 15,000 years.
Looking back at all that I've been through, your footprints next to mine would not erase, and I wouldn't be here now if not for you.
Coming up on Pet Heroes, a dog saves a man's life after a deadly construction accident. And a forest ranger's horse is his only chance for survival after a horrific bear attack. Hi, I'm Jason McCoy, and welcome to Pet Heroes. Can animals sense when their masters are in danger, or are they just acting on instinct? Well, today we examine two stories of people who are isolated in the woods with incredible injuries who are taken to safety by their pet heroes. Our first story takes place in Whistler, BC, where Dennis Breen is fulfilling a lifelong dream of building his own home.
Whistler was a lot different 30 years ago. You could almost call it, I guess, a little bit of a hippie culture. Everybody had a dog. You just had a dog. It was 1979 when I got him. Ubilk, U-B-I-L-K, means whale in Inuit. When he was mature, he would have gone about 120 pounds. Half Malamute, half Golden Retriever. Like a big, huge Golden Retriever with long hair and a Malamute head. He was very calm around people, but there was a lot of wildness in him. I cannot count the number of times and the number of tomato baths he had, because he loved to kill skunks, and he loved to kill porcupines. He would chase off any animals that came close to the property. A lot of the times you'd see him sit up and become alert and take off into the bush. Malamutes, although they can bark, they choose not to. Sometimes at night he would howl, but barking, no. Beautiful dog, yeah.
By the early 80s, Dennis has a wife, Valerie, and is fulfilling an old dream.
My grandfather told me repeatedly when I was growing up that you won't be a man until you build your own house. So I thought, I'll take it to the next level, and I won't just build it, I'll cut the trees down, peel them, do it old school.
He buys a remote acreage on Brew Mountain, south of Whistler, and while living in the property's existing dwelling, sets to work constructing a log home from scratch.
When you get off the highway and come to the end of the gravel road here and walk up, you might as well be a million miles from anywhere. In the original cabin, there was 88 logs that I drug in. And I'd say that that took about 4 months just to get them here on site. It took a long time.
Valerie works in Vancouver for 3 weeks every month. She's able to take one of the trains that constantly run through their property.
Logging was very active in the area, and the mills north of here, there was probably 8 to 10 trains a day that would go by. When Valerie was at work for those 17-day stints, it was just me and Ubble and I. Ubble at this time was 1.5 years old. A lot of times I'd go fishing. You could catch 8 to 10 pan fryers on demand. It was like a grocery store, only you had to throw a line in. I'd go down and catch a couple fish, cook them for breakfast. He'd eat them raw. Just boom, head, tail, the works. But he did prefer if you prepared them for him with a little salt.
When not hard at work, Dennis and Ubble often visit the only other people in the area, the Stockdales.
The Stockdales were extremely colorful people. Ken had immigrated from Scotland. He was short and stocky, enormous hands. And Edna was an excellent cook. And Edna would always have treats for Ubble. They were very welcoming. They were very interested in what I was doing. And a little skeptical that I'd ever pull it off, as everyone was. So this is where Ubble and I would come very frequently to visit the Stockdales, sometimes for coffee or tea in the morning.
To get to the Stockdales, Dennis and Ubble have to navigate a kilometer of treacherous mountain trail.
The train down to the tracks at that time was very rough. I just had a path. Once you hit the tracks, you had to walk along the tracks to a gravel road. Once you hit the gravel road, no, it was fine.
By August of 1983, the cabin is almost complete. Years of intensive labor are paying off beautifully.
The roof was on. I was into the finishing process of construction. I was very close to getting ready to stain the logs.
Before staining, Dennis wants to strip the cambium from the logs. It's the layer between the bark and the wood which, if left on, turns dark.
So I wanted to remove most of the cambium before I finished it so that the logs had a nice golden look to them.
To accomplish this, he uses a grinder.
Welders use them, car mechanics use them. The only difference would be in grinding logs. You have to take off the safety guard in the handle because the logs are concave and you can't get in where the logs join. So you're holding on to the head of the housing and the handle. And it's quite easy for it to kick out of your hand if it jams. It's a dangerous way to use a grinder. And I wore a catcher's backstop because it had kicked many times and hit me in the chest. So the RPM on this is 10,000 RPMs per minute. Divide 60 into 10,000, what do you get? 12, I don't know, a lot. 10,000 per minute.
Then, on what began as just another working day, Dennis turned his grinder to a problematic corner.
And there was a vertical log in the kitchen, which meets a horizontal log. And I was standing on a stepladder and doing what you should never do. I had my face at the same level as the grinder. You should always have the grinder lower than your head. Well, this is the scene of the crime. I'm on the bottom rung of a 6-foot ladder, vertical log, horizontal log. You can see where I never finished grinding. I got a full face shield on and great big glass lens glasses. I stupidly go in too far. Just for a split second, it jams, just faster than a blink of an eye. Boom! Ah! Face shield splits in half, and glass entered right above my eye. The edge of it apparently had nicked my optic nerve and was touching my brain. Didn't know this at the time. I fell off the ladder and was unconscious for how long, I have no idea.
Dennis Breen is badly injured. If he doesn't get help, he'll die. After the break, can Dennis's dog Ubble possibly find a way to save his master? Stay tuned. Dennis Breen has just suffered a horrible accident as a grinder slams into his face at full force. His dog Ubbelt hears the noise and runs inside.
I felt Hubble licking my face. He was licking the blood off my face, and it brought me to consciousness.
Wendy McClellan, a doctor of veterinary medicine, offers her unique perspective on animal behavior.
Two main things would trigger Ubbelt into action. He could smell the blood, I mean, the senses were going crazy, and he could see the change in behavior. I mean, it was not normal for Dennis to be lying on the ground motionless, and this stimulated Ubbelt to take action. Ubbelt's first reaction was to lick his face. When dogs have puppies, the first thing that mother does, even before anything else, is to lick that baby thoroughly. They're almost rough with it, but they're stimulating that baby to take its first breath. So he was doing that to Dennis to elicit a response, to see if he would wake up normally.
I remember trying to get my breath back. It felt like I'd been hit by a truck, and incredible pain in my head, which was the glass. I didn't realize it was in there, right? I had a pressure bandage in my toolkit. I just thought I've been cut badly, so I got to get a pressure bandage on this. But I put the pressure bandage on, and as I tried to apply pressure, the pain would increase, so I couldn't get it on very good. So I couldn't stop the bleeding. I got it on as tight as I could stand. And then I knew I had to get out of there, and the first help would be the Stockdales. I knew they'd be home, they always were.
With his master in severe trauma, Ubbelt knows what he has to do.
Took Ubble by the collar. I said to him, Stockdales. And he just started down the path.
The path to the Stockdales is very familiar to Ubbelt. Ubbelt and Dennis travel it almost daily. So when he senses that his master is in trouble from the drastic change in Dennis's behavior, he heads straight there. Ubbelt was a Malamute retriever cross, and certainly retrievers are known for their loyalty. And the Malamute part, they're tough. They are meant to be in the wilderness, in the cold. So I think the combination of loyalty and toughness just showed in Ubbelt's character.
So the path turns right here, and it gets considerably steeper. And the problem with crawling on your hands and knees on a steep path and losing consciousness is gravity adds insult to injury. Every time I passed out, and I passed out right here, you would lurch forward and do a total face dive into the rocks and wood. It was no fun. But Ubbel stuck with me. But I regained consciousness and proceeded down this hill. It's a good thing it wasn't as gnarly as it is now. I never would have made it. But just a slow crawl. Ubbel's leading the way. I'm holding his tail. And of course, when I'd pass out, I'd let go of his tail, but every time I regained conscious, he was just sitting there beside me, waiting. And I'd grab his tail and I'd say, Stockdales, and off he'd go. He already knew though. He knew exactly what was going on. So this is where I exited. This is grown in. There used to actually be a path here 27 years, right? Things change. I wasn't walking, I was crawling, holding on to Ubbel's tail.
I crawled down the side of the hill, crawled down the path, crawled through the ditch, up onto the tracks. When I got to the tracks, I lost consciousness. As I passed out, I remember thinking, sure, hope a train doesn't come along right now.
So at the point where Dennis did not regain consciousness, Ubbelt's attempts would have been several, and once he realized that he's not getting a response, it was time to go get help and again elicit that pack mentality of running and finding help.
He went to the Stockdales. They at first thought it was just one of his regular visits, but he did something very unusual for him. Was he went up onto the porch, uninvited,
Walks over, puts his paw on Ken's knee, and barks.
and Ken immediately thought something's up here. But that still didn't spark him into action. Ubbel turned around, sat down, and began to bark nonstop. It started to hurt his throat. He was barking so loud. I think that's why Malamutes choose not to bark, because it hurts them. At that point, Ken realized something's wrong.
Abolt's instincts when he ran to the Stocktails to get help, he knew that it was safe. He was eliciting a response of I know that they'll come back. And that behavior, that rally the pack behavior is deeply ingrained. They learn it as puppies. They learn that when that bark, that shrill bark happens, they know to pay attention and quit their little puppy games and to follow.
And he looked down about 150 yards and saw me. He passed out across the tracks. Somehow he did a fireman's carry. Got me over his shoulder.
Ken manages to carry Dennis from the tracks to his car and rushes him to the hospital in nearby Squamish. But his injuries are too severe, so he's taken by ambulance to Vancouver General Hospital, where doctors are able to save him.
So this is the chunk of glass that they took out of my head. Never bothered washing the blood off, and apparently it went in this way. And it was completely buried. It was pressing on the top of my eyeball, nicked my optic nerve, and apparently the doctor said if this part was pressing on my brain, he said I came very close to performing a homemade frontal lobotomy.
The impact of the grinder had shattered the eyebrow, so they fashioned an eyebrow out of Teflon and somehow secured it to my skull. Felt very lucky and very thankful to that dog, Double, because I definitely would not have gotten out of here without him, no question. Got some extra nice meals for quite a while.
The story of Dennis and Abolt really is classic to the human-animal bond. The lengths Abolt went to find help in this difficult, isolated terrain were nothing short of remarkable.
He lived to be 12 years old. That's 84 in our years. Just died one night, and there's a pet cemetery about 100 yards from here where he's buried, and a little monument. Abolt earned that monument for sure. I moved a large rock on top of where I buried him and planted a rose bush. He's a big part of my life. Absolutely, a spirit's part of this place. I'm reminded of Abolt every time I look at that log in my kitchen. I'm reminded of him constantly. I think about him a lot.
Next, after a vicious bear attack, a bleeding and barely conscious forest ranger must rely upon his horse to lead him to safety. We just saw how dogs see their masters as the alpha and will do whatever is necessary to come to their aid. But is this true of all animals? Well, let's examine the story of Forest Ranger Ronnie Lyle and his horse Dusty. Don Fragrant, now in his 70s, remembers back to 1952. He had just turned 16 and was spending his summer at the remote Meadows Ranger Station in central Alberta.
Ed was the assistant ranger, and Ronnie was one of the head rangers. During the summer, the main function with the horses out there was to patrol the trails. They had about 100 miles of a pack trail, as they called it. Well, it began in the morning, probably about 9 o'clock, on a lousy, rainy, drizzly day. Ed and I just worked around the station there, fixing saddles, and Ronnie was going out to bring the horses in because we had to get ready for the trail work that summer. The horses were out just grazing outside the fence, and they usually didn't go too far, a couple of miles or so, and we pretty much knew where they'd be.
Dusty, one of the more difficult horses to catch, has a bell fastened around his neck to assist the rangers in finding him.
Ronnie came to this meadow, and he was starting across the meadow, and we heard this noise and looked, and all of a sudden here's a bear coming at him. It was clawing at his boots. It finally hooked him so sturdily that it dislodged him from the tree, and he dropped, and he landed right flat in his back, and it knocked him unconscious. The bear had dragged Ronnie away from the tree over to the edge of the clearing. What he intended to do later, who knows?
Ronnie Lyle lies battered, bruised, and near death when Dusty arrives.
Dusty had wandered over near to him, and that was a bit unusual. He was not overly friendly, as I recall. It was a little bit surprising that he's the one to step up and come into action.
Horses do not like the smell of bears. If you're riding a horse and it smells of bear, it will halt in its tracks, it will snort, it will try and do everything to turn around. So for Dusty to come and stand there with the smell of bear all around was really unique. He allowed Ronnie to pull on his mane, stand up. In times of stress and when something is out of the ordinary, horses want to go home. They know the way home and they know home is safe.
We were getting a little anxious when finally he appeared coming across the meadow.
Ronnie needs emergency medical attention. One of the rangers takes a tractor to fetch the nearest doctor, but on the way back, it gets stuck in deep mud.
It was, I think, roughly about 1 or 2 in the morning. Suddenly the door opened on the cabin, and in came Don McDonald. He said, have you got a horse here? I said, yeah, Dusty's here. He's in the barn.
Dusty is called into action again as Don Fragran rides him to where the stranded doctor awaits.
Only had to go about a mile, and I could hear them, their voices. They were just starting to come up the last hill there. And as soon as we put the doctor up on that horse, he brightened right up. Ronnie did quite well. He recovered probably in the matter of about 2 or 3 months.
The rangers learned that the only reason that the bear didn't take Ronnie's life was that he already had a fresh kill to tend to. But if Dusty hadn't shown up, the bear certainly would have returned to finish him off.
I guess it's one of those little miracles to do with animals, that this is the one that you might least expect to do it, but it seemed to sense what was going on, and that Ronnie needed help. I have no other explanation. Dusty, he saved the day, I guess you could say, really.
There are differences in the way dogs and horses bond. Both can bond, but horses don't bond in the same way. That intelligence level isn't there, and certainly the devotion that dogs feel to people isn't there. But they still bond. They still will follow you around the field. They still exhibit affection. They still like it when you give them affection. It's just in a different way.
Can animals sense when their masters are in trouble, or are they just going on instinct? Dennis Breen and Ronnie Lyle were both saved by the rapport they built with their animals. Hubble operating from the pack mentality of assisting the alpha, and Dusty recognizing the disruption in his usual pattern. Despite the differences, their stories are proof that when catastrophe strikes, the bond between an animal and their human companion can mean the difference between life and death.
Looking back at all that I've been through, your footprints next to mine would not erase, and I wouldn't be here now if not for you.
Coming up on Pet Heroes, a rancher depends upon her 2 dogs after a deadly attack leaves her fighting for her life. And a sales manager, blind since birth, relies upon his guide dog to lead him to safety after a terrorist attack. Hi, I'm Jason McCoy, and welcome to Pet Heroes. Working dogs play an important role whether you're in the country or in the city. But how do these dogs react when their masters are faced with life-threatening dangers on the job? Glenda and Gary Mosier own a ranch near Barrhead, Alberta, where they raise purebred Angus cattle.
I love it here. Tremendous community spirit, nice small town atmosphere, safe.
Look at the mushroom. Look at that.
Missy and Scooter are two dogs. They live here with us. Scooter's the boss dog and Missy is a little more submissive, so they get along really well. Scooter is what you call an Australian cattle dog or blue heeler.
A heeler's called a heeler because of its action of nipping at the heels of livestock. And they were perfected for that function of working with cattle specifically. And I believe there's some dingo blood and two other breeds involved in the breeding of them.
He was supposed to be Gary's dog, but he ended up being mine. I like his faithfulness. He would just do anything for me. Missy's more timid. She very, very smart as well.
Missy loves to run. It's nothing for her to do 30 or 40 miles an hour, and her speed is unbelievable. And any chance she gets to go out there and work with the cattle, she's first out. Missy's a different breed, and Border Collie, which I think everybody affiliates with sheep. But we found her to be excellent with cattle. Missy likes to have everybody contained in a group. If there's a straggler, whether it's cattle or people, everybody's got to be in a group or she's very upset. They just made a tremendous team for working cattle. Scooter heals them, Missy keeps them moving, and you couldn't ask for a better combination.
The Mosier's daughter Anna, son-in-law Gilbert, and grandson Travis live on the ranch in a camper while a permanent home is being readied. To alleviate their cramped conditions, Travis stays with his grandparents every weekend. Missy and Scooter are always happy to have him.
Their relationship with the family is just great. Travis plays with them a lot.
Scooter and Missy are very friendly and they're loyal.
In March 2010, the Mosiers are not only taking care of their own herd, but a neighbor's as well.
We were looking after 58 head of commercial cattle for a friend of ours and custom feeding them for him.
Missy, Scooter, come and get it.
March 27th begins as just another typical day on the Mosier Ranch.
Oh, it had rained earlier, kind of a chilly day. Nice day, but you know, fresh spring day. Our grandson was up with us because it was a Saturday. Pancakes and coffee and worked around the house.
Gary makes sure to check on his herd and the cattle he's tending to for his friend.
They're across the fence from each other, but we don't want them mixed up with our own. Ours were being fed differently than the other person's cattle, so we had to keep them separated for that reason.
Then, just after dinner, Glenda notices something out in the field. Their neighbor's cow, along with two calves, have somehow breached the fence and found themselves in the Mosier herd.
Said to my husband, there's one of our friend's cows and two calves with our herd. We better get out there and get her out.
I thought, well, gee, I guess we better separate her. She's trying to get back, and I didn't want her breaking fences so that the herds mix together. For disease control and monitoring our own animals, we don't want any animals mixed up with our own.
Well, my husband went ahead of my grandson and I in our gator to open a gate ahead of the cow in the direction in which she was walking. So we just walked through that old barn building there, past those shelters, and came up over this hill. My husband went way past us in the gator to open these gates, and his intention was to walk back and help us move this cow through the gates. So Travis and I were coming, and everything was going good. She was walking peacefully along.
Yeah, come on, that's it.
And my grandson and myself and my two dogs walked behind the cow, sort of patting our legs to make a noise so that she would keep going forward to the gate so we could put her back out with the herd where she came from. The dogs were right beside me. My grandson was probably 15 or 20 feet to my right, and my husband was straight ahead of me, maybe 50 feet. One calf went through the fence, the other calf continued up towards the gate.
In an instant, the evening takes a sudden turn.
She had no history of being violent or whatever, so there was no reason for her to do anything different other than to follow her calf. I guess that cow decided to turn and just charge for the first thing she saw, who was Glenda.
She's about to discover just how vicious a cow can be.
She just stopped right here and turned and just eyed me, and I eyed her, and I said, don't even think about it. But she did. Bam. I really didn't have time to experience any fear. I have totally no recollection of what happened.
But Gary, too far away to help his wife, witnesses every horrifying moment. Coming up, Scooter and Missy are faced with the ultimate test of loyalty, as they must decide what to do in order to save Glenda's life. Walking a neighbor's cow and calves back to their herd, Glenda Mosier suddenly finds herself under attack.
Knocked her down and rolled her 4 times. There was nothing I could do to intervene. Of course, this happened in split seconds. And usually a cow on an attack will do its thing and take off. But she just seemed to be persisting and wanted to kill, literally.
But before the cow's attack can turn fatal, Scooter and Missy swing into action and begin barking and nipping at the cow. Wendy McClellan, a doctor of veterinary medicine, offers her unique perspective on animal behavior.
Working farm dogs are unique in that they're always on the job. They are paying so close attention when they're out there with the cattle. It's no surprise to me that they reacted immediately when that cow turned on Glenda.
Grandma!
The dogs basically realized what was happening and realized this cow wasn't going to give up and they better get involved because their beloved mistress was getting worked over. Scooter nipped her in the nose, because usually goes for the feet, but that was the closest point to him, and Missy bit her in the leg.
Grandma!
And then they both scared it off with their barking and like running at the cow and just stopping suddenly or just curving off to the left or right.
She probably realized in her cow brain that these dogs meant business. She turned away from Glenda, went back up the fence line and just walked right through the gate where she was supposed to be. And her calf had already gone through the gate.
After Scooter and Missy scared the cow away, I ran to my grandma and held her hand and told her that everything was going to be all right.
I saw one of her legs was crossed over and I figured, well, it'd be easy enough for her to have a broken leg, that's for certain. I could see her jaw was broken right away and I said, we got to get some help here. So I sent Travis down to get his mom and dad. It was a little bit muddy in places for him to get down and through and close gates so our cows wouldn't get out.
Scooter and Missy keep a close watch over Glenda, making sure she's safe, while Gary looks over her wounds.
Well, I continued examining Glenda and trying to talk to her, keep her awake, and try and assess if there was anything else she could identify for me, but she was in such excruciating pain.
Travis soon returns with his mother Anna, who has already phoned for help. Ambulances are dispatched from 2 municipalities, but the ranch is 30 minutes away from either of them.
And Anna, by that time, was at her mother's side and holding her and talking with her, and we covered her with another blanket we had. and just trying to keep her calm.
And when they arrive, deep mud prevents the vehicles from reaching the victim. Instead, Travis has to transport the paramedics with the gator.
What we did is we worked as a team, the four of us, and proceeded to log roll her on while someone was stabilizing her neck. We actually had put a collar on. We rolled her, we check her back. After we check her back, we put her onto the board. And once she's on the board, we put on spider straps, they're called, that secure her to the board, and then we secure her head so that we prevent further injury to her neck or back. The dogs stayed close to us. Dogs are normally protective of their owners, and I've seen that through other previous calls we've done.
Then we discussed how we were going to get her out of there, and they said, well, have you got a four-wheel drive? I said, we sure do, and that was brought down. And well, we put her in the back of my truck, and we came up to the ambulance, which was here by the house. And they immediately loaded her up. Well, their decision was to go to Meyerthorpe because that was the closest x-ray and the closest doctor available.
Glenda remembers nothing about the attack, but her injuries include broken ribs, broken jaw and teeth, and a fractured skull. Plastic surgeons perform restorative surgery, and all agree it's a miracle that Glenda survived.
The way that cow was going, I don't think she was going to give up on her actions. And she wouldn't have quit until there was a trampled mass of blood and tissue under her feet, literally.
My grandma and grandpa, they didn't have Scooter and Missy. My grandma might not be here right now.
These dogs probably saved Mrs. Mosier's life, and most definitely.
Missy and Scooter end up saving Glenda's life for two main reasons. One is their expert herding ability, which is their job. The second is the bond they've formed with Glenda that keeps them close by her, paying close attention to her. With so much time spent together with the ranchers, they can become just like another member of the family. The combination kept Glenda alive.
We did not know why the cow did what it did, but we found out later that the cow had been chased around in a pasture by an automobile and had been actually chased through the fence. And by the time we got out there, she was probably still mad from being chased around with a car.
Though the incident will haunt the Mosier family forever, it has also brought them closer together. And Scooter and Missy have reaped the benefits of their heroism.
I don't buy dog food for them anymore. I make it out of cow hamburger. Fresh vegetables and rice. There's nothing too good for my doggies. So it gives me some pleasure too, and to make it for them. My dogs saved my life, and I will do everything in my power to give them life. And a good life, best I can. I think they did it because they loved me and they wanted to protect me. The dogs knew I was in trouble and I think would give their lives for me. I believe that.
Coming up on Pet Heroes, after a terrorist attack on the World Trade Center, will a guide dog be able to lead his visually impaired owner to safety? We just saw how two farm dogs were able to use their natural herding skills to save a life. Now we take a look at how a highly trained seeing eye dog helps a man escape disaster. Michael Hinkson of Nevada, California, is a renowned public speaker who has traveled the globe. Blind since birth, he has used guide dogs steadily for over 40 years.
Guide Dogs for the Blind is the school from which I've received all of my guide dogs. Roselle was number 5. She was 20 months old when I got her. Oh, it felt right with Roselle from the very beginning. If I gave Roselle a command, she would execute it unless there was a reason not to. If she did something I didn't expect, I needed to go with the flow.
guide dog is a very specific job. They have the job to lead a person from point A to point B in a straight line, to stop for any changes in elevation, such as curves or steps or an open manhole, for example, and to avoid distractions, and to disobey if someone gives a command or a request that would put the team in harm's way.
The training that goes into service dogs is so extensive and disciplined that few animals make the cut.
Good girl, you can do it. Good girl.
As regional sales manager for a Fortune 500 computer firm, Michael and Roselle travel each day from their home in New Jersey to work on the 78th floor of Tower 1 of the World Trade Center. On the morning of September 11, 2001, Michael and a coworker welcomed guests to their office. At 8:46 a.m., as Michael and David make final preparations for their presentation, disaster strikes.
Suddenly, we heard kind of a muffled explosion, the building shuddered, and then it began to tip. And you could just hear the building kind of groaning a little bit as it continued to tip and tip. I had a dog sitting next to me who was not in any way reacting like she felt in danger. David then released his hold on my desk and turned and looked out the window and started yelling, "Oh my God, there's fire and smoke above us. Mike, there's fire and smoke, and there are millions of pieces of burning paper falling outside our window." And I said, "David, slow down. We got to get our guests out, and then we're going to leave."
It is essential for seeing eye dogs to remain calm and wait for direction, just as Roselle did for Michael in this case.
Michael's coworker directs their guests to the stairs, and they do one final sweep of the office before leaving.
And we didn't dare allow panic to happen, because we would have been trampled and then other people wouldn't have made it down. It would have just not been a good thing. We had to focus and get down.
If the dog had bolted, Michael would have been stranded. If Michael had panicked, the dog would have been confused and not known what to do. So the two of them depended on each other. The two of them worked together as a team.
At 8:50 a.m., 4 minutes after the explosion, not knowing the extent of the destruction above them, Michael and Roselle begin their terrifying descent from the 78th floor.
We don't train our dogs, of course, to go down 78 flights of stairs in crowded conditions and in scary conditions with all the smells and the water, standing water and all of that. We don't train our dogs for that. And we certainly don't train our dogs to help someone leave when their buildings are collapsing around them.
We heard above us somebody shouting, "There's a burn victim coming through, move to the side of the stairs." We stood there while a group passed us, surrounding a woman who was very badly burned over most of her face and the upper part of her body.
As more burn victims rush past them, the severity of their situation hits home.
After the second group passed us, I think we just realized how bad it must be above us, because a woman near us on the stairs then stopped and she said, "I can't go on, I can't breathe, we're not going to make it, we're not going to make it out of here."
I can't go on, I can't go on, I'm not gonna get up. It's okay, you can do this. I can't do it, no.
We just stopped and all surrounded her and literally had a group hug and said, "Come on, you can do this."
After 20 minutes, Michael and Roselle have walked down 48 floors. But the inferno raging above them isn't their only concern. The heat from all the people in the stairwell is stifling, and the level of panic isn't helping.
So we got to the bottom and I said, "Hop up," also, which is a command to speed up or pay attention.
Michael, Roselle, and David make it out to the street, just in time to discover that the second tower is also in jeopardy.
Suddenly a police officer near us yelled, "Get the hell out of here, it's coming down!" And we heard this rumble that literally within half a second became this deafening roar, and it was Tower 2 collapsing.
Despite the chaos, Roselle remains calm and determined to lead her master to safety.
For me, that was certainly the most panicky time, and I knew that if Roselle and I worked together, we would be okay. she stopped at the flight of stairs leading down into the Fulton Street subway station. She did exactly what she was supposed to do, and she just stood there and waited for a command.
But Roselle is a true hero, and she belongs in that hero status. And Michael does too. They both work together.
For someone who's blind or vision impaired, a seeing eye dog is really their window to the world. For this relationship to work, it has to be built on a strong foundation of trust. This is why seeing eye dogs are one of the most widely screened service dogs in the world.
After the tragic events of 9/11, Michael now dedicates himself to speaking about the importance of teamwork and trust in our professional and personal lives. In 2007, Roselle retired as a guide dog, though she continues to live with Michael and his wife as a cherished member of the family.
She is not some old regular dog at all. She is a very special dog.
Glenda Mosier and Michael Hinkson owe their lives to the dogs they work with every day. While these dogs are bred and trained for specific purposes, it's the close bond they share with their human masters that causes them to go above and beyond the call of duty.
Looking back at all that I've been through, your footprints next to mine would not erase, and I wouldn't be here now if not for you.
Coming up on Pet Heroes. A woman depends on her 2 dogs to save her after a grisly encounter with a bear. And a house cat comes to the rescue when her owner finds herself face to face with a deadly predator.
Hi, I'm Jason McCoy, and welcome to Pet Heroes. Why do animals put themselves in harm's way when danger threatens the lives of their human companions? We're going to explore the stories of Alina Hansen and Kimberly Kotar, 2 women whose amazing pets came to the rescue when they were needed most.
Alina Hansen lives on a ranch in a remote volcanic basin at the base of the Southern Sierra Mountains.
I live in what I like to call Eden. There may be 500 households in a 500 square mile area. It's very remote. There's nothing here. The closest gallon of milk is 67 miles away. I love the idea of being as self-sufficient as I can be. It was a wonderful place to raise my child. And that's really, I think, why I came here.
Alina's constant companions are dogs Archie, an Irish wolfhound, and Decoy, an English Mastiff.
My dogs are working dogs in as much as they're my security system up here. They're completely non-aggressive or I wouldn't have them here, but they're intimidating looking. And, you know, when mountain lions or bears or whatever come anywhere near here, they let me know. RK is named after Archimedes, and he's a mathematician. He doesn't know he's huge. You know, he just thinks he's a little puppy. He's the most enthusiastic character I've ever met. The Mastiff, on the other hand, he personifies sloth. If he doesn't have to move, he doesn't. He was a rescue dog, apparently bred for dog fighting and being a watchdog for a drug operation in Bakersfield. And they kept this poor thing chained by its neck to a tree stump in 115-degree heat with no shade. All you have to do is look at him and you go, that's a scary looking dog. But he's very gentle and he's totally devoted to me. They're very good friends. There are different facets of my own personality, but together they make one really interesting personality.
The arrival of summer 2008 in the Sierras brings with it dramatic, often destructive weather.
We'd had a huge wildfire. It was about a month-long fire.
Kurt Merrill has been captain of the Kern County Fire Department for the last 10 years.
And all these animals got dispersed. So the weeks and months after that fire, we had to increase the sighting of bears and deer and all kinds of other wild animals.
But fire isn't the only threat facing residents and wildlife in the mountains this year.
We had torrential rains in July that washed out trees and boulders and completely changed the terrain. They had silted in my spring, which supplied the water for my orchards, and I had to dig it out by hand. As you can see, the spring box is full of silt and dirt from the rains. This has to be dug out maybe 5 or 6 feet to get down to the water, which is spilling out the side here. This water goes down and waters the orchards and my gardens, so it's kind of necessary that I do this.
July 22nd begins as an ordinary day on Elena's ranch.
First thing in the morning, as the sunlight's coming up, I'm out doing my chores.
But ordinary is not remotely how this day will end.
It's like Pearl Harbor or 9/11. I won't forget that day. If you've ever bathed in a mountain spring, you know it gets cold. So after about 2 hours of reaching down and pulling out rocks, I thought it was time to get out and get warm, get the feeling back in my legs. So I climbed out, and it's this perfect day. You know, the filtered sunlight's coming through pine trees, and little birds are singing, and it smells like summer camp. It's just magical. And I'm lost in the moment here. My dogs are sleeping down the creek just around a bend where they usually are. So I step out of the spring box, heading over this way to warm up, walk over to this old stump, and right there is the bear, right by that tree stump, and it's staring right into my eyes. There's a bear. A bear. A bear. You know, I've always seen it as a gift when I see a bear. It's very special. I'd be riding my horse in the backcountry or occasionally glimpse one when I'm out hiking with the dogs. And it's part of the magic of living here.
On this occasion, the bear isn't special, it's terrifying.
It was staring hard into my eyes, and I knew exactly what was coming. I had maybe a half a second of eye contact with the thing, and I just went, oh no.
After the break, it's up to Archie and Decoy after a deadly encounter with a bear leaves Elena fighting for her life. While working near her property, rancher Elena Hansen suddenly finds herself face to face with a bear.
And the next thing I knew, bam, it was in my face. Leaps, grabs me by the ears, bites into my face, and knocks me down into the mud. The next thing I know, I'm lying there with my face in the water, and this bear is chewing on my head. It was savaging me. I could hear its breath, and it was grunting. And I went, wow. So this is what it feels like to be eaten by a bear. And I could feel it, every bite it went through. You know, I felt my bones crunching. I felt it bite through my eye. I felt my skin being ripped off. And at that point, I opened up my eyes and I looked at this thing that was eating me, and its eye was right here next to my eye, as close as a kiss. And I went, no. And I took my thumb, which I realized was free. I was kind of like this. And I went, eh. And then I jabbed it again. And the thing let go of my face long enough for me to yell for my dogs. Because I knew he'd come. I knew the mastiff would follow the wolfhound.
Wendy McClellan, a doctor of veterinary medicine, offers her unique perspective on animal behavior.
Dogs can detect when someone is in danger very quickly. I speculate in this case it was the strain in Elena's voice that caused Archie and Decoy to come running to her aid. Because they are so bonded, they immediately picked up on the change in her behavior and responded immediately. One is an Irish wolfhound, and the other's a mastiff. They're bred to be soldiers and hunters. It's those traits that allow them to react when Elena faces danger.
I don't remember what happened next, but I was lying there and I heard the dog screaming in pain. And I looked over and the bear had my Mastiff down on his back and was chewing on his belly. And I thought, you know, my dog is willing to die to try to save my life. The least I can do is get up and try to get out of here, you know, and honor that sacrifice. I'm sure the wolfhound was nearby. The wolfhound was staying with me because I had to stumble down maybe 200 yards of creek bed and I couldn't see, so I was just following the irrigation pipe. I was blind, I didn't have any shoes on, and I stumbled into the ravine, which is the worst thing that could have happened to me. I thought, you know, I've escaped a bear and I'm gonna get nailed by a rattlesnake? This is so not fair. And so I just screamed to the heavens. Ah! And apparently, it was one of those primal screams that they tell you about. The wolfhound heard that too.
Archie hears Elena's scream and comes running to her aid.
And here's this 200-pound puppy galumphing up through the brush and the brambles, clearing a pathway through it for me to get out. And I put my hand on his head and he guided me down the mountain. He saved me.
Archie leads Elena to the remote road where her car is parked, but he has unfinished business with her attacker.
And I realized the wolfhound was gone and I could hear him screaming. And I thought, oh God, it's got my wolfhound too.
Archie!
I was pretty sure both of my dogs were dead.
Archie rejoins the fight, allowing Decoy to rush to Elena's side.
Decoy? Oh, come on.
Imagine this, I'm up on a mountain on this suggestion of a road. I'm in my car and I just gunned it. And I thought, gravity is your friend, you'll get to the bottom one way or another. I really do not have a clue how I made it.
Archie and Decoy were successful in fighting off the bear by implementing a tag team approach. This approach is common in dogs in the wild when they are either attacking a predator or defending themselves. One will attack while the other distracts. It's very effective.
Incredibly, Elena manages to drive to the nearby Kern County Fire Department.
It's just amazing that she just drove herself from that location down here to the fire station, which is about 3 miles, with half her face ripped off. That's amazing.
EMT Evan Davidson witnesses her arrival.
First thing I thought was, oh my God, this lady has a lot of damage to her face and we need to get her help right now.
Davidson helps the stricken woman. He is soon joined by Chief Kurt Merrill.
I asked her name, and she said Elena Hansen. And at that point, I was thrown back because I knew Elena Hansen. I didn't recognize her at all. She told me that she's by herself with her 2 dogs, that she got attacked by a bear, and her 2 dogs intervened, and she had thought that one of her dogs was killed during the attack.
I knew the Mastiff was alive, but I didn't know how badly he'd been injured, and I knew that the wolfhound was dead. We heard this chop, 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 chop of the air evac coming out from Mojave. And they loaded me onto the helicopter and airlifted me down to UCLA.
At the hospital, doctors work nearly 10 hours and use over 1,000 stitches to rebuild Elena's face.
And I saw her a few weeks after the attack, and it was pretty amazing the way she looked, and she looked extremely well for what she went through. The dogs, I believe, they did to save her life. They took all the attention away from her. They attacked the bear and allowed her to escape.
I believe that if the dogs weren't there, that maybe days, weeks later, she would have been found.
As much as I'd like to feel vengeful, I don't, because it's a bear.
The Irish Wolfhound and the Mastiff make a great team. The Wolfhound brings in the swiftness and the reliability, and the Mastiff brings in the courage and the power.
Not long after receiving emergency reconstructive surgery, Elena returns home where Decoy is waiting for her. And so is someone else.
And here come these 2 big dogs just bounding up to the car, and I just burst into tears. And the dogs were happy to see me. It's like nothing had ever happened.
Miraculously, Alena's dogs have sustained only minor injuries.
They go, oh, you okay? Everything okay? Here, let me do you know, licks and leaning against me and little whimpers. I went, yeah, I'm okay, it's all right. And they're like, oh, I'm, oh. Everybody had a big group hug. They're my dogs, they're my family. You know, they're my friends. They're heroes, but I don't want it to go to their head.
Next, when a Quebec woman comes face to face with one of the world's deadliest snakes, it's up to her cat to save her. We just saw how two dogs put themselves in harm's way when their owner becomes the victim of a bear attack. Now we look at the story of Sosa, a simple house cat who comes to the rescue when her owner comes face to face with one of the world's most deadly snakes. Kimberly Kotar is a research coordinator at McGill University. She divides her free time between running marathons and volunteering at the local SPCA. Kimberly has 4 cats, but Sosa is special.
One day my mom was house cleaning and this cat walked into my mother's home and just kind of plopped down, and it had this big bump on its belly, so we were concerned about the cat. So we brought it to the veterinarian, and the next morning my mom called to see how the cat was doing, and they said, oh, the cat's doing wonderfully, and she gave birth to 3 kittens last night. And one of those kittens is Sosa. On July 27th, it was kind of a regular summer day in Montreal. Sosa, she'll sit beside me when I'm doing my work, so she takes advantage of moments. I was doing some gardening, just weeding, pulling out plants and taking care of stuff. So I was in and out of the garden basically most of the afternoon from 1 o'clock onwards. I'd come inside to wash my hands, and I was going outside to bring the garbage and stuff to the curb when I heard the hissing sound.
And I thought it was the tire, so I'm looking. I don't see anything wrong with the tire. And then I looked down, about 5 inches from my foot was a snake with its head up, mouth open, getting ready to attack.
So I was afraid to make any kind of move. And then Sosa came out of nowhere and hit it. Heard her scream, and then I ran across the neighbors because I didn't know what else to do.
It's Sosa's hunting instincts that trigger her into action. The snake's rapid movements elicit this response, but it's her bond with Kimberly that initially kept her close by.
The size and exotic coloration of the snake are unlike anything Kimberly has seen before.
I went to the neighbors. I told them that I needed some help. I was afraid to go back over to the house. I didn't know where the snake was. My neighbor got a huge pole out of his garage. I went back to where the incident happened, and then I saw blood, so I knew Sosa got bitten.
We eventually found it here. Like, he had a long stick so he could stand back. It was about 6 feet, and he was just holding it from here on the snake's neck. And the snake kept turning around to try and attack the pole that he had on the snake.
I couldn't find Sosa. I couldn't find her anywhere. I had lost the blood trail in the grass, so it took me a better part of 35 minutes to find her. Finally found her under the deck. Found her crying under the deck, and her paw was hugely swollen. So I managed to get under the deck and drag her out. She didn't even want to come out, and then I rushed her to the 24-hour vet that isn't too far from here, luckily, and went to see the vet, and then we had to wait for the identification for the snake, so her treatment was delayed because we couldn't start anything without knowing what kind of snake.
Eventually, the SPCA is able to identify the snake as an eastern cottonmouth, one of the deadliest snakes in the world and not commonly found in Quebec.
And at that time, the veterinarian told me that her chances were not good because they did not have an anti-venom. He said her chances were slim, asked me what I wanted to do, And I said, I want you to try to do everything you can to save my cat. So they put her on IV, started an IV right away. They put her on a heart monitor because the venom causes seizures and heart attacks in animals and in humans because it prevents the blood from clotting. So basically, when I left there that night, he told me it was hour to hour. Call back in the morning and see what was going on.
Sosa makes it through the night, but shows no signs of improvement.
So the vertebrae run all the way through.
Dave Bethel has worked with reptiles all his life.
So the venom of an eastern cottonmouth certainly has enough venom to kill up to 150, 170 pound animal. When it bites a cat, for it to survive more than 5 or 10 minutes, the likelihood it was that it didn't give a full dose of venom. Quite often when a snake strikes in a defensive mode, it first gives what we call a dry bite, no venom or very little venom injected. A small amount of venom injected into a cat doesn't take the nervous system, it takes the blood system, so it would affect the heart or the liver, the kidney, basically causing necrosis in those organs. Breaks down all the blood vessels, so you get an internal hemorrhaging.
I felt so helpless that I said, I have to do something. So I started looking for places where the snake is indigenous. And I figured if I find someone that's teaching in a veterinarian school, chances are they've seen a wound like this.
After 3 tense days, Kimberly finally finds a veterinarian in Virginia who's familiar with these type of snake bites.
And I explained to her the story and that I needed to save my cat. And she said, well, have your vet call me, have them page me out of surgery, and I'll see what I can do for you. So based on the information that she gave them, they started adding some sort of fluid with special proteins in Sosa's IV. And they started that day, and then they were also told to massage the wound, which is what they weren't doing previously.
With a small amount of venom, by massaging it, rubbing it, increasing the circulation and the blood flow, you're going to disperse that through the body, allow the animal to get rid of it.
The next morning, the vet called me and said, we think you could probably bring Sosa home today at 4 o'clock. And I was like, what? And I guess some part of me believed that miracles can happen. And I mean, I brought her home 4 days later. Obviously, miracles can happen.
Cats generally don't have the same social needs as dogs, but that doesn't mean they can't form deep attachments with their owners. With Kimberly and Sosa, that was certainly the case.
So this is Sosa's medal that she received from the Quebec Veterinarian Association. She was admitted into the Hall of Fame. Sosa's the only cat to ever be inducted in the hero category. Every year it's gone to a dog. She's the only cat to ever receive this honor. And this is just a picture of us together on the day that she received her award. Sosa was inducted into the Purina Hall of Fame for Heroes. So that's her medal from Purina. She's a completely different cat since the snake attack. She's purely sweet, and she wasn't really sweet before this happened. She was kind of vinegary, if I can say that. I really think she was protecting me. I think she knew I was in danger. I really do. Sosa's a hero. Yeah, she definitely is. She's a hero. She's my hero.
In the case of Archie and Decoy, we have 2 dogs that were bred for their ability to guard and protect, while Sosa the cat responds to threats on instinct. And in both cases, Alina Hansen and Kimberly Kotar owe their lives to the bond they formed with their pets. A bond that keeps their pets close by.
Looking back at all that I've been through, your footprints next to mine would not erase, and I wouldn't be here now if not for you.
Today on Pet Heroes. When a chronic medical condition spirals out of control, one woman's only hope is her dog. And a cat's unusual behavior alerts a man to a life-threatening illness.
Hi, I'm Jason McCoy, and welcome to Pet Heroes. With their masters' lives in danger, pets are often quick to intervene. But what happens when that threat is coming from within? We examine 2 stories of people who are facing life-threatening medical emergencies and the animals who saved them. Linda Thompson has always been an avid dog lover.
I do have a habit of bringing lost animals home. Done it my whole life. I grew up with really good parents. They were very understanding. We always had dogs. It was mostly dogs. And they've all been unique in their own way, and they've all been great dogs. I think Mark Twain said it best when he said, if you pick up a starving dog and feed him, he won't bite you. And that's the principal difference between dog and man. These are my dogs. A number of the dogs that I've had over the years. That's Kaylee. This is Ursa, the last dog we had in the house prior to just having Emma. And then that's Kaylee again. That's a friend's dog, Christy. That's Tisa. That's Ben. And that's Kaya. She was found tied to the shelter door one night. She'd been abandoned. We got Emma in October of 1997. She was 7 months old. She is the most tenacious dog I've ever seen. She will not back down, even now. And so she became Hurricane Emma. We don't treat her like she's a dog at all. And she doesn't know she's a dog. She thinks she's a little person in a fur coat. She was found outside of Hope, BC. Someone found her in the bush with baling wire tied around her muzzle. We estimate that she was alone for 3 or 4 weeks. She had managed to get her mouth open enough that she could get water, but she couldn't eat. So she was very malnourished and actually suffered from rickets. When I got her, her muzzle was still kind of like raw hamburger. It hadn't healed. She has a granulated scar across her muzzle that you can see to this day. The hair never grew back because it was so deep. Because of the rickets, she developed very bowed rear legs and eventually had to have both cruciate ligaments repaired in both knees. I can't come up with any reason for why you do that to a 6-month-old puppy.
A dedicated animal rescuer, Linda has facilitated the rescue of over 50 dogs. Emma's stay was not intended to be permanent.
I told my husband that we'd find her a home and that I would start working on it.
But within a few days, it became clear she wasn't going anywhere.
And he fell in love with her very quickly.
In 1995, Linda was diagnosed with a life-threatening illness, an autoimmune disease called systemic sarcoidosis.
It's supposed to attack your lungs. In my case, it was very serious. It attacked my liver, my spine, and it also attacked my pancreas, leaving me with type 1 diabetes, so I'm insulin dependent.
Type 1 diabetes is a disease that presents in the young, typically under the age of 35, and it requires insulin therapy. Without insulin, every person with type 1 diabetes will die within 12 months. Linda has had a very special device to help her with her diabetes. It's called an insulin pump sensor combination. The insulin pump infuses insulin into her body at a rate that she determines.
I wear it here. It's attached to my body by what's called an infusion set, and there's a cannula that sits under the skin here that delivers insulin. This is the reservoir that holds the insulin, and it's delivered through this tube.
Besides the insulin pump, Linda has a glucometer to test her insulin levels and glucose pills to bring her blood sugar up. She incorporates all of these, as well as the medicine she takes for her autoimmune disorder, into her daily life.
The first 5 years that I had the disease, I was okay. You know, I get sick now and then, but it wasn't a big deal. But in 2000, things started to go downhill. I nearly died twice. I crashed 5 times.
Then, in 2006, things go from bad to worse.
I suffered a multi-system organ failure and was in a coma for 3.5 weeks and in ICU for 5.5 weeks. And that really was the turning point where I was critically ill after that. We were told I was terminally ill and I had 5 to 7 years to live and I was going to need a new liver, and that's exactly what happened. Emma never left my side. when I was sick, from March of 2006, when I was critically ill, until now. I mean, she is my shadow. I was on death's door for probably the better part of 2 years, 2.5 years.
The pattern of Linda's illness becomes tragically regular. Every few weeks, she falls into a coma, recuperates in hospital, and is sent home until she's too sick to carry on.
And you could pretty well set your clock by me. I'd be out cold for 3 days, and then I'd wake up. I'd be about 80% normal right away, and then it would take a couple of days to get me the rest of the way. And then once I was stable and my diabetes was stabilized, then they'd send me home, and I'd be all right for a couple of weeks. And then the third week, I'd start to get more confused as the toxins built up, and then I'd end up back in the same situation again. But it was much harder on my family than it was on me.
Emma is always nearby, keeping a close watch and even alerting Linda's husband when the situation becomes critical.
Linda, come on.
There were many times when Emma was the only presence in the house that my husband had to come home to. She was his support. They supported each other.
A blustery night in October 2009 is one like any other in Linda's touch-and-go existence.
It was raining horribly all day and all evening and all night. And otherwise, it was an uneventful day. I went to bed at 10 o'clock, the way I usually do on a work night.
But Linda is in extreme danger and doesn't even know it. After the break, Linda finds herself in dangerous territory as her condition worsens, and Emma may be her only hope. The alarm on Linda Thompson's insulin monitor rings out. Her blood sugar levels have reached a dangerous low, but Linda, still half asleep, switches it off without realizing what she's done.
She was whining quite loudly. She was in my face and making a lot of noise. It's quite unusual for Emma to wake me up at 3 a.m. and I assumed that she wanted to go outside. So I said, "You want to go outside?" She turned around and headed for the door and headed to the hall. So I got up and trotted after her. Sort of stumbled after her down the hall. I didn't understand that I wasn't quite right when I was following her down the hall to the kitchen. I got as far as the counter in the kitchen, and the dog wouldn't go past the counter. I thought perhaps rather than going out, she wanted food or water, but her bowls were both full, so I knew it wasn't that. So I kind of urged her on and said, "Go on, go on, go on," and she wouldn't go. And then I finally realized that my vision was very blotchy and big black spots in front of my eyes, and that I was really quite out of it. Into my kind of befuddledness, I noticed that she was looking at the glucometer, the meter that I used to check my blood sugar level.
Wendy McClellan, a doctor of veterinary medicine, offers her unique perspective on animal behavior.
When pets like Emma spend so much time with someone, they're able to detect minute changes in behavior and scent. And Emma has learned that these small changes can have dire effects for Linda. And that is why Emma sticks so close by Linda's side.
I tested my blood sugar, and it was critically low, very, very low. If it had been any lower, I likely would have blacked out or not awakened at all. The typical procedure when you have a low blood sugar like I had is to take glucose tablets. They very quickly dissolve in your mouth. So I took 4 of those.
In this case, Emma is probably picking up on one of two things. Hypoglycemia, which is low blood sugar, can have a certain scent, which Emma could pick up on Linda's breath. The other thing that Emma is likely picking up on is small changes in Linda's behavior, whether it's a bit of shakiness, unsteadiness that Linda may not yet recognize herself.
With her blood sugar up, the problem is solved. Or so Linda thinks.
At which point, after I tested my blood sugar, the dog immediately went outside, and in the pouring rain at 3 a.m. laid down in the grass and wouldn't come back. Normally she would run out, do her business, and then run back in as fast as her little legs could carry her. She laid out there for 15 or 20 minutes. Frankly, I was a little annoyed because it was 3 o'clock in the morning and I just wanted to go back to bed. And it was raining very hard, so I mean, I knew something was up because it's very out of character for her to do that. So I knew something was wrong. Eventually, I was in the process of getting my shoes when she came back in. And then I wiped her off with a towel.
But when Linda tries to return to bed, Emma again stops at the kitchen counter and stares at her glucometer.
She wouldn't let me go back to bed. I've been known to go out and get a couple of glucose tablets and eat them, and then go straight back to bed without testing to make sure I was okay. You typically would wait 15 minutes and then retest your blood. So she wouldn't let me go back to bed until she made sure that I had actually dealt with it. And so I tested my blood sugar a second time, and I said to her, "It's okay, it's fine." And then she just trotted off down the hall and went back to bed.
So by watching Linda closely, Emma was able to understand the process that led to the scent going away. And that's what helped save Linda from a potentially fatal coma. Emma would not let Linda return to bed until that scent was gone.
Dr. Michael McCullough is the director of research at the Pine Street Institute in California, where he's looking into the link between animals and early disease detection.
The theory is based on the idea that one animal knows the health status of another animal by smell. When dogs are trained to help individuals with diabetes, they're testing for the compound called ketones that come out in the urine or in the perspiration. We think that the dog just has a keen sense for what's a person's normal operating range, and that anything that goes outside of that range, those animals are going to be disturbed by that and alerted to it. We were ecstatically surprised by the high degree of accuracy of the animals.
So if it hadn't been for Emma, I'm really not too sure what would have happened that night. It could have ended very badly. I don't believe she alerted to the alarm. I believe that the dog alerts to some sort of scent. The little bit of research that I've done on hypo-alert dogs, which is actually what she is, indicates that it is some scent-oriented.
Linda also asserts that Emma, having observed her testing and medication rituals for so long, knew everything about them, including what to do when trouble struck.
The dog has me trained, so that if she comes in and she whines, the first thing I do is I check my blood with my glucometer.
In 2009, Linda received a new liver, and with it, a new lease on life. She now works as a diabetes case manager, helping others cope with the disease.
My liver is very happy. I have no sign of rejection. I just have a brand new life. I've never been so happy or so fulfilled, and I love my work, and it's great. We were very lucky that we got her, but I guess you could say that we saved her, sure. And I definitely think she saved me, no question in my mind. She's amazing. She's just amazing.
Sadly, not long after we completed filming, Emma passed away. Linda will always remember Emma, not just for saving her life, but for being a loyal and beloved member of the family. Next, a cat's unusual behavior leads a man to make a life-saving discovery. We just saw how one dog's keen sense was able to prevent a woman from slipping into a diabetic coma. Next, we examine the story of Lionel Adams and his cat, Tiger. Lionel Adams and Carrie Parker have been together for the last 15 years. They live with their two cats, Oliver and Tiger.
We got Oliver, who's a Siamese tabby cross, and we got Tiger, who's a tabby, orange tabby. They're big babies. Tiger's a daddy's boy, Oliver's a mama's boy. But yeah, they're very protective.
A lot of nights when I come in the house, he'll meet me at the door, and then I'll sit down on the couch, and the first thing you know, he's in my lap. Come on, Dad, give me some loving. You know, like right now. You know, I picked him up and he's happy. He just wants to be petted, wants to be loved.
While walking home one day, Carrie discovers Tiger, a stray cat living on the streets. Carrie reluctantly decides to take the stray cat home.
Oh, he fit in great. He always went to Lionel first, which I thought was kind of neat because a lot of cats won't go towards the guys, but he went right to Lionel. He loved Lionel from the day one.
In the fall of 2008, Tiger begins pawing continuously at the left side of Lionel's chest.
I would lay down, whether I was having a nap or whatnot, and he would just lay beside me and kind of go with his paws like that on my side, like as if to say, there's something in there, Dad, get it out of there, it shouldn't be in there.
Cats' sense of smell isn't nearly as strong as dogs, but it's still very good. In Lionel's case, Tiger was able to detect something that shouldn't be there in Lionel's breath. This led, we speculate, to Tiger to paw at the chest to draw attention to something that shouldn't be there.
So this went on for a couple of months. My breathing was getting worse and worse. I've had lung problems for years. When I was a kid, growing up in Northern Ontario, I had pneumonia for every year for the first 14 years of my life. So I have scar tissue all over my lungs.
With Lionel's history of respiratory illness, the doctors don't believe his condition to be serious.
Lionel. And they thought, oh, it's probably nothing, and I insisted they do something, so they did.
Well, they started off with the x-rays, normal x-rays, and CAT scan. They did a couple of CAT scans, and that's when they noticed something on the left side.
After a long series of testing, doctors have discovered stage 1 lung cancer.
Yeah, the doctors were very surprised, because where the cancer was right where the Tiger was pawing.
So in January of 2009, they had openings at the Foothills Hospital and decided to take it out.
Pine Street Foundation was founded in 1989, and early detection tests for cancer was one of our early motivations in this organization. The way that we think that animals are spontaneously detecting cancer in their human companions is that they probably know the human very well and therefore have established a baseline. When everything's good, when the person is in good spirits and good health, they smell like this. If they get upset or disturbed or become ill, they're going to smell different. That's the net result of all the different physiological processes in the body that are involved in illness and the body's response to that illness. There's going to be something biologically different about that human that the animal is going to notice and in many cases be disturbed by.
Lionel's cancer is successfully removed, and he's able to return home to Carrie and Tiger.
Cats generally aren't as social as dogs, so Lionel was very fortunate that him and Tiger had formed such a close relationship. This close relationship is what allowed Tiger to detect Lionel's cancer.
The animals have shown us proof of principle. Proof of principle that illness can be detected by odor. If illness can be detected by odor and an animal can tell us that, that means that through analytic chemistry, we can identify, well, what are those compounds that are coming from the breath? And those compounds can then be detected in a breathalyzer for cancer.
I think Tiger did what he did because he loved this human, and he knew there was something there that shouldn't be there, and he was trying to let me know that there was something there. As it is, they caught it in lower stage 1 and managed to get it out. If it had gone on for another 7 or 8 months, like the specialist at the hospital told me, it could have gotten worse. And I've been cancer-free now for 1.5 years, and I'm not having any symptoms, and I still think it's because of the cat, because of Tiger.
With a sense of smell vastly superior to humans and the ability to pick up on minute changes in their master's behavior, both dogs and cats can detect abnormalities occurring inside the human body. Linda Thompson and Lionel Adams have their pets to thank for saving their lives.
Looking back at all that I've been through, your footprints next to mine would not erase, and I wouldn't be here now if not for you. Storms were crashing all around me, I had no safe place to hide. Seconds seem to be eternity. Heaven sent a hero to my side.
Coming up on Pet Heroes, 2 Great Danes come to the rescue when an infant falls into an icy pool. And a duck enlists the help of several police officers when her ducklings become trapped in a storm drain. Hi, I'm Jason McCoy, and welcome to Pet Heroes. Animals often develop a special bond with their offspring, and sometimes that bond will extend outside their own species. But when disaster strikes and that special bond is put to the test, what spurs these animals into action? We look at 2 stories of animals responding to babies in danger. Doug and Karen Lyle now live in sunny White Rock, British Columbia. But before that, they had lived in Regina Beach, Saskatchewan, where Doug had taken a position with the government, and the young couple found themselves searching for a home.
And we found this lovely home on the water with a pool, and I knew right away that that would be the one.
And we brought our pets with us. We had several pets at that point in time. We had Amadeus, our Great Dane, and we had a cat, Schwartzy.
Karen and Doug try for a number of years to get pregnant with no success. In the interim, they decide to breed Amadeus and soon have 8 purebred Great Dane pups.
Bambi was the pick of the litter. She was the biggest dog, and she was just gorgeous, and she was the first one that went to a new home. Eventually, we just had the runt of the litter, Bridget. And I said, that's it, Doug. I can't part with her. We're going to keep her, and she's going to be a companion for Amadeus.
About that time, Amadeus developed bone cancer, and so we realized that she would not be around for very long.
Shortly after losing Amadeus to illness, the prize of the litter, Bambi, is returned to Karen and Doug. Bambi's reunion with the family is not the only reason for celebration. Karen and Doug learn they are pregnant.
And we were very excited because we'd tried for such a long time. And when Forrest was born, the dogs just adored him right from day one. And he was so comfortable with them. We brought him home, we put him in the cradle, and they just stuck by him all the time. They were always where the crib or the cradle or the blankets were. They were just attached to this child. He was theirs. It was like we brought home a puppy for them or something. And he loved them too. Like he got very used to them, and It was never disturbed by their barks. I think he probably got used to it when he was in the womb because they weren't ferocious barkers, and they just alert us to things.
I thought Bridget and Bambi were two other parents. They taught me how to walk by just holding onto their tail.
Wendy McClellan, a doctor of veterinary medicine, offers her unique perspective on animal behavior.
Bridget and Bambi are responding to a pheromone, or scent, that baby Forrest gives off. A pheromone lets them know that that baby needs to be watched closely. If a female dog smells that pheromone, they will become extremely protective.
We just had a lovely home, we had a lovely setup, and everything was going well.
By April of 1995, things have taken a downward turn. Doug has lost his job and expenses are piling up. The couple tries to sell their beautiful home and face giving up Bambi and Bridget as they can no longer afford them.
It was still very cold in Saskatchewan. Doug realized that we had to make the house a little bit more marketable because it was April and we needed to sell it pretty quickly. And so he opened the pool. As was his habit, he went daily to the post office, which was about 3 blocks away, maybe not even a 5-minute drive. And he would check to see if he had any responses to the resumes we'd submitted and put in the new batch of resumes that we were sending out.
While Doug is at the post office, Karen sits at the computer working on his resume.
I was in a hallway that was just outside the family room, and I'd set Forrest up on a blanket in the middle of the carpets, and the dogs were right beside him. It wasn't 2 minutes. I looked at him, he was playing happily, and I maybe typed 2 sentences when the dog was barking.
Bambi's barking quickly alerts Karen that something is terribly wrong.
I realized the doors were slightly ajar, like not even a foot. Bridget must have even had to struggle to get through that little wedge. She was quite a bit smaller than Bambi. Bambi, it was impossible. She could barely get her head through the door. Then I realized something was wrong when I saw Bridget in the pool. And I initially thought she'd fallen in the pool. Why is she in the pool? Like, it's cold. Why is she in the pool? And then I saw Forrest's sleepers in the water. I just stood there and I didn't know what to do.
Floating face down in the near freezing water is Karen and Doug's 13-month-old son, Forrest. After the break, Bridget and Bambi struggle to get Forrest out of the icy cold pool. But will it be too late? "13-month-old Forrest has opened the sliding door and fallen into the pool in near freezing temperatures."
As soon as I got the door open, Bambi just pushed past me and jumped straight into the pool.
Bambi quickly joins Bridget, who is already in the pool. Bridget and Bambi act quickly, working together to get Forrest out of the icy water.
I didn't dive. I didn't stop to remove clothes. I didn't stop to do anything. I just ran into the pool. As soon as I got in the water and had him in my arms, and the two of them, it was almost like they were sheepdogs coming in behind me and pushing me towards the stairs. He was so cold, and I turned him over, and he wasn't breathing at all. His eyes were shut. He wasn't breathing, and I got Forrest out of the water, and I ran back into the house, and I dialed 911.
Acclaimed animal expert and wildlife conservationist Brian Keating shares his insight.
Most dogs will treat small humans in the pack, baby humans in the pack, as puppies. So remember, these dogs have all come, genetically speaking, from a pack environment, and to support the alpha male and alpha female, the end result would be to build the pack numbers with offspring that survive. So when an offspring is in trouble, of course, that pack behavior is going to step in.
Karen panics as she realizes Forrest still isn't breathing. Her CPR training is rendered useless as she begins to go into shock.
I couldn't remember anything. I knew CPR. I couldn't remember it. I just wanted him to fix everything right then and there. I wanted it to be fixed.
But the operator is unable to help in Karen's panic state.
I was screaming at him. My baby, he's fallen in the pool. He's not breathing, and he's trying to tell me how to do CPR. And I couldn't stop and focus long enough to listen to him. And he's telling me, he's being so blunt with me, I can't help you unless you stop and listen to me. And the dogs were right next to me. They were like right up beside me.
Bridget and Bambi stay close by baby Forrest. They will not leave his side.
Great Danes were originally bred for guard dogs, but over time they've been bred to be more mild-mannered and easygoing, but that protective guarding instinct still exists.
Karen has no way to reach Doug while he's away at the post office. But when he returns home, chaos has erupted.
I didn't hear anything until after the garage door closed behind me. Then I heard Karen scream. The patio doors leading to the pool were wide open, and Forrest was lying in a big puddle of water on the carpet. His lips were blue.
Seeing his son on the floor, unconscious, Doug quickly puts his Canadian Forces training to use.
I began giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And after a little bit, he seemed to cough and spit up some water, and then he'd stop breathing again.
Forrest had stopped breathing again, and I remember the responder saying, just keep doing the resuscitation.
After almost 3 minutes, Forrest finally shows signs of life. By this time, paramedics have been dispatched from Regina, but it's 60 kilometers away.
No, he's not breathing.
The 911 dispatcher asks to speak with Doug after Forrest stops breathing again.
And he said, are you covering the baby's nostrils and mouth at the same time? And I said, no, just the mouth. And he said, well, okay, cover the nostrils and mouth. And when we did that, the results were quite a bit better.
Breathe, Forrest, breathe.
Paramedics arrive and waste little time in treating Forrest as they try to stabilize him.
They came right in, got right to work on him, with some kind of device that got oxygen right to him.
Once Forrest is breathing on his own, the paramedics load him up and set out for the hospital in Regina.
I went in the ambulance with Forrest, and I just was praying the whole time.
While the emergency room doctors work on Forrest, Karen and Doug try to stay positive.
And then the doctor came out, and he just had this best smile I could see on anybody's face. He said, your son is going to be okay. They took me to see him, and he was awake and kind of groggy, but he was alert. And he said, Mommy, and I couldn't believe it.
The doctors believe that the shock of the extremely cold water caused Forrest's vital functions to shut down very rapidly, effectively allowing him to survive long enough for Bridget and Bambi to alert Karen.
Karen had resigned herself to staying with him throughout. So I went back probably late afternoon. I went back into the house and I could not find the dogs. And I went up to Forrest's room, and the two of them were jammed under his crib. I have no idea how long they were there for.
With Forrest not being in the crib, obviously the dog knows that, especially after the afternoon's occurrences, that something is amiss. So certainly the dog would recognize that there's a missing individual and would want to display to the alpha male and female that it's concerned. I think the dog would be showing loyalty to the pack or devotion to the missing individual of the pack, being little Forrest.
After keeping Forrest under observation for 3 days, doctors finally allow him to return home.
The dogs were beyond excited. I mean, they were like we'd been away for 6 months, and they stuck to him like glue. There was nowhere we could go with him that they were immediately beside us. Our house was still for sale, and things were no better financially. People were saying to us, it's time to get rid of the animals. You can't afford the animals. And Doug and I just couldn't bear to part with the dogs.
The house is finally sold, and the family starts fresh in White Rock, British Columbia.
Doug and my father drove out with the dogs, and I flew out with the children.
Shortly after their move, Karen and Doug receive a call from a company wanting to honor Bridget and Bambi for their part in rescuing Forrest. The award includes a lifetime supply of dog food.
I truly believe they were like angels in our lives that were there for a reason, they came back into our lives for a reason, that we kept Bridget the runt of the litter that nobody wanted for a reason, and that Bambi returned to us after 4 years with another family for a reason, and that's what it was meant to be.
Forrest, now grown up, divides his time between running, swimming, and playing football. He hopes one day to become a pilot in the Canadian Air Force.
When I first heard this story, I was actually really shocked. Like, I never knew about this, and it was just felt like a blessing for me to be still here.
Bambi and Bridget pass on within a year of each other, living almost 12 years, a healthy lifespan for Great Danes.
I think almost every day about how fortunate we were to have had them there.
Yeah, we were extraordinarily lucky to have these dogs in our lives. They were amazing. I miss them every day.
Up next, a duck desperately tries to get the attention of a police officer when her ducklings are in danger. We just saw how Bridget and Bambi were quick to react when baby Forrest was in danger. In our next story, we look at how a mother duck responds when her little ducklings become trapped. Nicholas Reed is a professor of journalism at Langara College here in Vancouver. Before that, he had been a reporter.
I was working as a reporter at the Vancouver Sun. It was my job to write about animals at the time. If you look into it, you can find any number of horror stories involving people and animals. So this was a nice change. This was a story about an animal rescuing her own, but also human beings coming to the aid of that animal. It happened in July 2001, not far from where we are. This is Granville Street Bridge, heading into downtown. And there was a community police officer named Ray Peterson. He was on duty at the time.
Now retired, Ray Peterson thinks back to his days as a community police officer.
The community police office is an office that the city, they set up in a commercial area where people can come to report minor crimes.
Ray begins his shift at 4 a.m. After checking on the local businesses, he decides to head to his office.
It was just after 5, probably 5:30, I guess. So it's very early in the morning. And there was nobody around. And that's when I ran into the duck.
At first, Ray tries to ignore the duck's strange behavior.
And I thought, that's weird. Why would a duck do this? And that's why I thought the duck, something was wrong or the duck was injured. Still didn't figure out what was going on until finally the duck went back up to lay down. That's when I discovered that little babies were down in the sewer.
After finding the ducklings in distress, Ray decides to call for backup. Allison Hill, an officer with the Vancouver Police Service, remembers that morning.
On July 11th, I was working what we call Alpha Shift, and it's from 4:30 in the morning until about 4 in the afternoon. When this call came over the air, there was a note of humor in her voice. Attention all units, we have a duck underneath the Granville Street Bridge who appears to have her ducklings down in the storm sewer.
Allison arrives on the scene and assesses the situation.
When I arrived, If the duck was intimidated by all of us being around, she didn't indicate anything like that. She clearly stood her ground and clearly knew that we were going to be the ones who were going to help out to rescue her ducklings. The slats in the grate were about 4 or 5 centimeters apart. So you could see how the mother duck could walk across the grate, and then all of her ducklings fell through as they followed her. While we were trying to figure out what to do with the ducklings, the duck was standing calmly, watching us, and watching the grate and watching us. And her calmness, to me, was amazing.
Another officer arrives on the scene, and together they try to remove the storm drain.
Upon first review, it would be hard to understand why the duck would stick around with so many people coming in. I mean, obviously its initial fight at the pant leg of the policeman didn't work, and now there's more people arriving. One would think the duck would just get out of there, and some birds might do that, as some mammals might do that. But what we have to all remember is that from a survival perspective, it's imperative that our parent remain firmly bonded to us for as long as is reasonably possible to ensure our survival. In the case of birds, the bird will continue to respond in a protective manner, or at least it'll continue to hover in the area as long as it continues to hear its chicks peep.
A dispatcher came over the air and suggested that we have a towing company come out, and we thought that was a good idea because the tow truck could pull the grate out. A tow truck arrived on scene, and it backed up into the area, and the duck just stood there, watching and quacking. Like, she didn't go anywhere, and that's, again, it just amazed me how she stood her ground.
A resident has lent the officers a soup strainer to try and retrieve the ducklings from the storm drain.
Once the grate was up, as I recall, Ray went down on his belly and he scooped out the ducklings. As every duckling came out, the mom greeted every duckling with like a tussle of the feathers or beak to beak, as though to say, like, oh, am I ever glad to see you?
I can see a theme with adult individuals protecting perceived offspring or real offspring. I see a very big difference in the programmed behavior of the duck vs. behavior of the dog. I think the dog is a manifestation of 15,000 years of honing, but already coming to the table with a set of genetics that give it very much a pack mentality and a pack protective mentality. With the duck, it was simply looking to make sure that its youngsters survived.
Biologically, this duck has a lot invested in her offspring. She'll do whatever it takes to protect them, even if it puts her in harm's way.
It was a child's storybook about animals come to life in a way. A lot of us grow up listening to stories about animals who have human qualities. They speak, they wear human clothes, they do human things. And here was a real-life animal who did something that I think most people would have only believed could happen in a storybook.
In animals, as with humans, the bond between a mother and her babies is a sacred one. And whether duck, dog, or human, there's a maternal instinct that kicks in, which spurs animals into action. Bridget and Bambi were quick to react when they noticed baby Forrest in danger, alerting his mother Karen to the situation and saving his life. While the mother duck put herself in a potentially dangerous situation when her little ducklings were in trouble.
Looking back at all that I've been through, your footprints next to mine would not erase, and I wouldn't be here now if not for you.
Coming up on Pet Heroes. A family must rely on their golden retriever to help them escape a raging house fire. And while out for a morning walk, a man's dog alerts him to an elderly man trapped in a deadly situation.
I'm Jason McCoy, and welcome to Pet Heroes.
Dogs have a unique ability to sense danger before their human companions. But how do they do it?
We examine 2 stories of dogs whose natural talents become the difference between life and death when disaster strikes. Daryl and Christine Unger met on Granville Island in the heart of busy Vancouver. But both were looking for a smaller community to settle down and raise a family.
I grew up in Trail until I was just about 18, and I moved to Vancouver and lived there for about 6.5 years.
When Christine had mentioned that she was from Trail, I mean, that instantly sparked interest. Christine was rather pleased, I think, to hear that I was looking to get out of the big city.
Daryl and Christine, along with their pets, 2 cats and a dove, relocate to Trail, BC. After working for the SPCA, they decide to start a pet grooming business out of their home.
It was a childhood dream of mine to work with animals, and I was fortunate enough to hold on to my childhood dream and pursue it.
We just got far too busy for grooming, so we opened up a retail/grooming outfit in Trail, in a retail spot, which, you know, gave us our house back and more room for us to do our jobs. Django was my 30th birthday present. I was actually over the moon when she told me that she had a golden retriever lined up for my birthday present. And I couldn't wait, actually, to go and meet the puppies.
When we went to view Django for the first time, she was just about 6 weeks old. As we saw them, this is the one that we're gonna take.
These are the pups, all 5 of them.
We couldn't take her right away at 6 weeks. She needed her set of shots, and she wasn't quite weaned to be able to leave. When we were getting ready to leave, this little puppy came to the edge of the driveway and watched. And we both looked back, and it was like we both said, it's almost like she knows she's going to be coming with us. The bond started right there. I used to bring Django to work every day. We have a chime on our door, and when it opens, Django would be the first one. She'd get up, and she'd go out and she'd greet the customers with her tail wagging and a big smile on her face.
As Daryl and Christine enjoy small-town life and a thriving business, the couple have more good news on the horizon.
We had tried for 8 years to have a baby. When we did get pregnant, we felt that it was this was a little miracle baby, and right from the day that we brought the baby home from the hospital and introduced the dogs to the baby, Django was very interested. She had her nose right in smelling. As Kobe started to get a little bit older and started talking, and he preferred to call Django baby, and Django responded to Kobe. We would tell him, go get Django or call Django, and he would say baby, and instantly she would come.
There we go, snug as a bug in a rug.
On January 22nd, Daryl and Christine tucked Kobe into bed. Christine heads to a local pub to meet with a girlfriend. Daryl feeds Django and the kittens and settles down to relax.
It was about 10:30. I wasn't feeling that well. I had pulled muscles in my back, and so I had a backache. So I just retired in the living room watching TV.
Two hours later, at 12:30 a.m., Daryl is asleep in the living room, but something is terribly wrong.
Django was literally in my face, within an inch of my face, into full barks. When I woke up, I was almost annoyed why she was barking and why she was in my face. And then when I came to realizing that our house was pitch black, and when I put my head up, I knew that there was problems as I smelled very heavy smoke.
When we respond to fires, there's a high number of residents that own pets, whether they're cats, dogs. All the animals have played a part by alerting the family that there's something wrong in the house. Cats become agitated, dogs become agitated and start barking, and they want to get out. And generally they'll go and nudge their owners just because they can't open the door themselves. They'll go and wake the owners up to let them out of the building.
I got up immediately with Django still barking. Django had run to Kobe's room barking.
With the house cloaked in darkness and filling with smoke, Daryl uses Django's barking to guide him through the house and upstairs to Kobe's room.
The whole time I was yelling to Kobe from off the couch to when I got into his bedroom. Kobe, Kobe, get up, there's a fire, Kobe, Kobe.
Daryl arrives upstairs at Kobe's room to find his son unresponsive.
There was nothing from Kobe. He was lifeless, which was really scaring me because being in a bunk bed and how thick the house was filled with smoke, I was very scared of what was taking place. And the whole time Django was barking as in a panic, like I've never heard Django bark like that before.
After the break, with his son Kobe unresponsive and the house filling with smoke, Daryl must rely on Django to guide them to safety. After being woken abruptly by his dog Django, Daryl Unger discovers that his home is on fire. By following Django's barking, he's able to find his way to his 5-year-old son, Kobe.
Wendy McClellan, a doctor of veterinary medicine, offers her unique perspective on animal behavior.
A dog's sense of smell is incredible. It's about 1,000 times stronger than humans, so it's no surprise that Django detected the fire before anybody else.
Once Kobe was over my shoulder, Django was barking through the house, leading us to the front door. We had smoke alarms installed in the house. When I was going to get Kobe, the alarms weren't going off. The house was absolutely engulfed with smoke, and the smoke alarms weren't going out. Well, learning after the fact through the fire department that we had our smoke alarms installed incorrectly.
Once outside, Daryl tries again to revive Kobe.
Somebody help!
When Kobe actually opened his eyes and started to say something, it was just sheer relief. It was just a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Golden Retrievers are very family-oriented dogs. So Django recognizes Daryl and Kobe as part of her social unit. When she senses danger, her first instinct is to rally the pack and keep everybody together.
A neighbor, having just called 911, comes to Daryl and Kobe's aid.
The neighbors had come out almost immediately of me yelling. I did a pretty foolish thing, realizing that our 2 kitties were still inside. I ran back into the house.
The smoke created from fire carries a lot of carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and that overpowers a person very quickly. The carbon monoxide forces oxygen out of the bloodstream, and that renders you unconscious very quickly. And the carbon dioxide actually tricks your body into breathing faster, so you wind up breathing more of these gases in a lot faster.
As Daryl runs back into the burning house, off-duty RCMP officer Derek Gallen drives by. He quickly stops to help.
Fortunately, Constable Galen is able to find Daryl and carry him from the burning house.
One of my friends had come up to me and said either your home or your business is on fire. And at that point I had grabbed my jacket and I was running towards the door. It's just a state of shock. It's a state of panic. Absolute panic. A very lost feeling.
Christine arrives home to find the house completely engulfed in flames.
And emergency crews are on the scene.
I can remember jumping out and just running down the driveway and realizing that obviously that there was a fire and that it was at my house. And my first question was, where are my husband and my son?
Christine finds both Kobe and Daryl safe from the fire and being attended to by paramedics.
I think if Constable Gallen never saw me re-enter, that it could have been a little different story.
The family discovers that firemen have also rescued their 2 kittens, who, along with Django, have been taken in by a neighbor. Paramedics bring Kobe and Daryl to hospital so they can be treated by doctors for smoke inhalation.
I remember of going into ambulance and getting a teddy bear and a cookie, and my mom came in.
Kobe is released within hours. Doctors decide to keep Daryl overnight for observation.
I left the hospital and I came to a neighbor's of ours that is just a few doors up from us. This is where Django was. And I spent the night or the morning and I fell asleep, and I can remember falling asleep in her son's bed, and Django slept next to me, and I can remember holding her paw. The neighbor is the one that told me that Django alerted Daryl and Kobe that there was a fire in the house.
A dog's first instinct when they smell fire is to get away from it as quickly as possible, so it's very remarkable that Django went back for Kobe before getting herself to safety.
The next morning, Daryl is released from hospital.
All 3 of us and Django just sat down and counted our blessings.
After an emotional reunion, Christine and Daryl are briefed by the fire investigators as to the cause of the blaze.
The fire started from internal combustion. We had to use paint thinner in a container, in a plastic container.
Then locked it up, sealed it up, and kind of forgot about it.
Daryl and Christine spend the next 4 months rebuilding their home, every moment being thankful for Django. 1 year after the Ungers move into their new home, Django is recognized with an award for her role in saving Daryl and Kobe's lives.
She truly was a hero and a guardian angel in our eyes.
I felt so indebted to her that I was just over the moon when she was awarded her medal, just knowing that she got what she really deserved. There was a lot of tears shed that day. Tears of happiness, of course. Kobe's a 9-year-old little boy. He's very active. I think he misses Django immensely, as they were great play pals together.
In the late spring of 2009, the Ungers lose their beloved Django to bone cancer.
A lot of time has passed now, and we really have made it back to being our home. Our home is filled with pictures and memories of Django, and that will always be. Oh, we miss her. All my staff misses her. Customers miss her. We miss her. She was a huge part of our life.
Next, when an elderly man falls into an icy pool, his only hope for survival is Corey, a dog out for a morning walk.
Without Django's quick thinking and fast acting, Daryl and Kobe would not have made it out alive. Next, we look at the story of Jay Sobel and his heroic dog, Corey.
Jay Sobel remembers his 3 miniature schnauzers, Mia Jasmine, Mr. Magic Moment, and Corey.
Oh my gosh, I'll tell you, acquiring Corey and Mia, it changed my life so significantly. After a month, I thought, what did I do? Single guy, I could go to the gym, I could play lacrosse, I could coach lacrosse. All of a sudden, I had 2 dependents to take care of. Then a year later, I thought, you know, God forbid, if something happens to one of my miniature schnauzers, I do not want the second one to die of a broken heart. And I acquired their nephew, Mr. Magic Moment Magic, sweetest dog you'd ever meet. You know, Corey was a classic salt and pepper miniature schnauzer. And by that I mean he was very stubborn, very stoic, very thoughtful. His nephew Magic was black and silver. They're very playful, just want to have fun, nothing bothers them. But Corey was, as I said, a very thoughtful dog.
Georgina Turner lives down the street and recalls the day she first met Jay and his amazing dog, Corey.
I can't say highly enough about Corey. He was a lovely little dog.
Jay really loved his dog, and he let the dog guide where they were going to walk that day. I mean, I've been out with him and I've seen him. The dog led Jay.
I used to walk Corey and Magic, my second male dog, together. Magic being a little younger, always knew that Corey was the top dog, and he would tend to go in one direction if Corey was going in the opposite direction. And I would always say, one of you help me. And Corey, invariably it was Corey that would come back, and then we'd walk where Magic wanted to go. Corey knew that if someone said help me, he should go to the source of the help me.
Jay finds walking the dogs all together difficult as their leashes constantly get tangled up. He decides to begin walking them separately.
I just decided to walk the dogs by themselves so I wouldn't have to have the fight in one direction or the other and have to ask one of them to help me. It was May 8th. It was a beautiful spring morning. Put the leash on Corey, open the front door, and I know where you're going to take me today. You're going to go where you always go. You're going to go to the hydro fields and have a smell of all the dogs that were there at 6 a.m. in the morning. But that morning was different. I don't know why, he kind of perked up.
I wasn't here that day. We'd had the pool cover taken off the day before. My husband bent over and was doing something with the outlet and toppled over into the pool. He wasn't a swimmer.
He stopped right about here. He was pulling me really hard. Now, I'm a 230-pound man. My dog was about 14.5 pounds. So to pull me, he's choking himself. It's not a pleasant situation. He wasn't going to stop, and I was intrigued, and I was determined to let him lead me, find out what was the problem.
Corey strays from his usual path, pulling Jay more than 200 yards in a different direction, leading him toward the Turner's house.
And it was at that point in time that I could actually hear a faint voice call out, "Help, help me."
Dogs have incredible sense of hearing. They have over 18 muscles in their ears that basically allow them to act like little satellite dishes.
And I said hello, and it was, "Help, help, I'm in the pool. I can't breathe, I can't get out."
By the time Jay and Corey arrive, Jack Turner has been struggling for more than 20 minutes as he desperately tries to escape.
But the sense of pride I had as soon as I saw Jack Turner in the pool, instantly recognizing I cannot believe that my dog just pulled me here, was overwhelming, and probably gave me the strength to stay calm and to be as much assistance as I possibly could be.
When you fall into cold water, one of the first reactions that you get is of shock. So one of the first things that happens is you take a deep breath of water, or a deep breath, and if you're under the water, you wind up ingesting that water. Your body starts the fight or flight reflex. And what also happens to the body is the blood also starts to shunt from your outer extremities to your core to keep all your vital organs warm.
He was in quite some distress. I said, "You seem to be having trouble breathing." He said, "Yeah, I have emphysema."
When elderly people fall into cold bodies of water, they don't have the amount of fat stores that a younger person has. Their circulatory system isn't as efficient, so they succumb to cold water a lot faster than the average person would.
After calling 911, Jay and Corey wait with Jack for help to arrive.
I'm convinced that Corey heard the help me, and he taught himself to follow the help me and to go to whomsoever was calling help me. And that's why I really honestly believe Corey dragged me the 2 blocks and the 250 yards to the Turner home that morning.
You know, was he ever a hero? He certainly was a hero. He was a beautiful little dog. And he saved my husband's life. He really did.
Because dogs are able to pick up sounds at different frequencies than humans, Corey was able to distinguish Jack's distress calls above all other noises.
It was quite a surprise about a year later, almost to the date, that I received a letter in the mail from the Toronto Chief of Police and Toronto Fire Services inviting me and my dog Corey to a ceremony where they decided that they'd give Corey a letter of recommendation for saving a human life. For the entire next year of Corey's life, year and a half, Corey changed his route and he walked by the Turners' home every day. Jack was typically on the porch enjoying a sunny day, and Corey was an old dog. He'd shuffle up the stairs and he wasn't happy unless Jack, tousled his hair and played on his beard and he got to say hello. If Jack wasn't on the porch, he'd kind of look at me and look at the front door and he'd go, come on, Dad, ring the doorbell so Jack will come out. If no one was home and Georgie or Jack did not open the front door, he'd hustle down the steps and he'd go into the backyard. And I can only imagine that in Corey's mind, he was thinking, well, maybe Jack's in the pool again. Corey did that every day for the duration of his life. I firmly believe in my mind that Corey was a heroic dog. I miss him tremendously. To this very day, Corey passed away October 13th, 2008. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't alternately shed a tear over missing my dog so much, but then smiling at how proud I am of my heroic dog.
In Django's case, it was his incredible sense of smell that alerted him to a deadly fire and allowed him to get Daryl and Kobe to safety before it was too late. As for Corey, his heightened sense of hearing was the difference between life and death for Jack Turner when he found himself trapped in an icy pool. And for that, Corey and Django will always be remembered as true heroes.
Looking back at all that I've been through, your footprints next to mine would not erase, and I wouldn't be here now if not for you.
Coming up on Pet Heroes, when an elderly couple finds themselves in the middle of a freak ice storm, their only hope for survival is their beloved dog. And a blind woman finds her apartment engulfed in flames. Her only hope of escape is her pet cat.
Hi, I'm Jason McCoy, and welcome to Pet Heroes. Cats and dogs each have a unique ability to sense danger. Their first instinct is to always get themselves to safety. But what happens when that danger threatens the lives of their human companions? We examined two stories of people in dangerous situations who must rely on their pets to get them to safety.
Eve and Norman Fertig of Alden, New York, have dedicated over 30 years to the rescue and rehabilitation of injured animals.
We purchased the Enchanted Forest in 1978. And I opened the sanctuary after working as a volunteer with a veterinarian that also was saving wildlife. Our motto here is, if it comes from the land, the sky, or the sea, our job is to heal it and set it free. The medical building is for when they come in severely injured and wounded. When they feel that they're ready to learn to fly again, I transfer them to the aviary. When they can show me they can fly as high as the ceiling, then I open the doors and the windows and let them go free.
In 1999, Eve and Norm take on a very sick 2-week-old, half-wolf, half-German Shepherd pup, bought from a backyard breeder by a naive family.
They brought me Shayna, worms in her intestines, mange over her body, 2 very infected ears, and thin ribs. I didn't think she'd like it.
Thanks to Eve and Norm's loving care, Shayna makes a full recovery and quickly makes herself at home in the sanctuary.
Shayna Maidler is her full name. It means pretty woman. I'm never without her.
It's a clear autumn day in October.
How are you doing there?
Oh, just about done, and then I'm going to get the vacuum.
Eve and Norman are at the sanctuary attending to the animals and cleaning cages.
I've got to finish this one, and then I've got this one over here.
Uh-oh.
Thinking they've blown the fuse, Eve sends Norman out to check the fuse box.
When he opened the door, it wasn't just my hospital building, the classroom lights were out. So it wasn't a fuse only, it was something big, and then the street light was off, and then we knew, oh no, it's a blackout everywhere. And then it starts to snow. I said, Norman, we're in trouble. And then snow becomes ice, and the temperature drops in a short time, just cold.
Unable to see in the ice storm, Eve and Norman struggle down the path toward their home, only 50 feet away. But it may as well be miles.
And then we heard snapping, cracking. The branches, the weight of the ice in just a short time was cracking large branches.
Now, cut off from their house, Eve and Norman try to get back to the shelter of the hospital.
Now what? One branch blocks the door to the hospital building. We can't go back. And we're standing there in shock, watching everything come down. And I'm thinking, we can't stay here. We'll be in big trouble. And I said to my husband, we gotta get out of here. And we didn't know how.
The massive ice storm wreaks havoc, tying up emergency crews throughout the area. Even if someone is aware that Eve and Norman are in grave danger, no one can get to them. David Sublick is fire chief for the Alden and Lancaster townships.
I left my residence for my first call at 11:15 that night, and you couldn't even see 3 feet in front of you. That's how hard it was snowing, and it continued for 4 hours.
And I thought, well, we'll just step on the fallen trees. And I remember just one leg touching them, and down they came. And that's when Shana crossed in front of us, and she bent down like a wolf, and she started to dig. And I watched her dig, and I heard her breathing heavy, and then she disappeared. And I called to her, come back, and more trees kept falling on top of her. I thought she's going to get crushed in that tunnel.
Coming up next, with Eve and Norm Furtick trapped by fallen trees, their dog Shana becomes their only hope. Eve and Norm Furtick find themselves caught in a deadly ice storm. Their trusted dog Shana begins to dig a tunnel through the snow and trees. But as the temperature plummets, the risk of hypothermia becomes an increasing threat to the elderly couple. Wendy McClellan, a doctor of veterinary medicine, offers her unique perspective on animal behavior.
By observing slight changes in Norman and Eve's behavior, their tenseness of posture, change of voice pitch, even the smell of adrenaline, Shana knew through her sixth sense, or doggy ESP, that something was really wrong. For Shana, when she finds herself and the Furticks trapped, her initial reaction is to get to safety. As a wolf-shepherd hybrid, Shana is naturally inclined towards digging.
For quite a while she was gone, and after a while we hear her like a howl bark, like a distress bark that wolves are noted for. And she's back on the porch. I said, look where she got. And she's sort of saying, come on. And that's when I said to Norman, let's go. He said, that's what he told me. He did enough foxhole on Okinawa. He's not going in there. And I said, Norman, if you don't follow me, I'm going to get a divorce. He looks at me, and the little vein on his forehead's pumping away, and he said, you can't do that.
As Eve and Norm negotiate, Shana grows tired of waiting.
When we didn't respond and go into the tunnel ourselves, she came back. And she came back from the back deck through the tunnel, and she came to us where I was standing and freezing, and she grabbed the sleeve of my short jacket, pulled me, and I fell on her back, and I put my arms around her heavy neck, and she started to move to take me out, and that's when I called my husband to grab my ankles.
Shayna works tirelessly to pull Eve and Norm through the narrow tunnel to safety.
Inside the tunnel, it wasn't like a wall like the Hollow Tunnel. It was pieces of branches stabbing her. It took a long time, and it was dark in there. Now, I weighed maybe 90 pounds then. Norman was 160 pounds at least. She pulled us both.
Animal behaviorist and psychology professor Michael Schneider shares his scientific insight.
Dogs have a different muscular system than humans do. They've got extremely strong neck and shoulder, upper body musculature. Part of this is due to the way that their skeletal structure is. On the back, we see additional ridges, and these are attachment points for the muscles coming up from the neck to the head. So this allows dogs to exert a great deal of muscular energy. When Eve wraps her arms around Shayna's neck, this is just about the best possible place that she can manage to grab onto Shayna for Shayna to be able to pull them to safety. Eve would not have been cutting off Shayna's air passages doing this, and as such, this probably put very little strain on Shayna. It certainly would not have been something that would have been seen as to Shayna threatening or really painful.
The 50-foot journey takes more than 2 hours. But at 2 a.m., Shayna, with Eve and Norman in tow, makes it to the house.
It was late. And then we laid there, and she was on top of us, with her body warming us and licking our faces were frozen.
With no heat or power, Eve and Norman rely upon Shayna to keep them warm throughout the night. Having also weathered the storm, neighbors concerned for Eve and Norman's safety contact local authorities.
Norman!
At 8:30 a.m., Fire Chief David Sublik and his crew arrive.
When I got here, we evaluated Eve and her husband Norman for hypothermia. She then proceeded to explain to us how the dog had tunneled underneath this big tree. My guys went out and took a look and actually found a tunnel about 2 foot in diameter that was dug underneath the tree because there was no way else they would have gotten into the house.
Heat and electricity are still days away. Chief Sublik insists upon taking Eve and Norman to the firehouse. Unfortunately, Shayna cannot accompany them.
I said, no, she don't go, I don't go. And he looked at me and he said, you've got to come. I said, I stay with her. And I meant it. Well, he said, then we'll make you as comfortable as we can.
Eve and Norman remain at home for 3 days in a house with no power, heat, or hot water. Shayna sleeps with their owners to keep them warm, and firefighters visit daily with fresh supplies of food and water.
The whole area was totally isolated. The temperature dropped into around 30 degrees Fahrenheit. If they would have stayed out there any longer than what they did, both of them would have perished.
The town adores her. They're so proud of having a hero dog in Alden, and they're talking about a statue in the park. I believe we become closer now, and I feel very safe here and secure because she's here. And she is a very remarkable animal.
Dog likes me. I've become adopted to the family. We kind of adopted Eve after the storm because of her nature and her goodwill. We actually made Eve an honorary fireman at our banquet in 2007, along with the dog.
Shayna has received several awards, including the Citizens for Humane Animal Treatment's Heroes Award for Bravery, an award traditionally given to people. Though her husband Norman has since passed away, Eve continues her work at the Enchanted Forest. Through her lecturing, teaching, and endless volunteer work, she has rescued countless animals and inspired others to continue her work.
And for the past 31 years, I've taught 400. They are now my Johnny Appleseeds. They have opened their sanctuaries. There are big sanctuaries all over established by my children. And they are doing even more work because they have more volunteers. And now I'm very proud to say they're all carrying on my mission, and it means a lot.
To this day, Shayna remains Eve's constant companion.
And I think what we did for her, she sort of felt now she has to save us. And I think this is what it was all about, that they feel a kinship with someone that saved their lives. There's no doubt about it, she saves our lives. She is a real hero, heroine, fantastic animal, and we're very grateful to her. I'm very fortunate that I have her. You're my girl, you know that. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Next, a blind woman finds herself trapped in a raging inferno and must rely on her pet cat to lead her to safety. We just saw how Shayna, an incredible half-wolf, half-German shepherd, was able to dig a tunnel and guide elderly couple Eve and Norman Fertig to safety. Next, we look at the story of Tia Jenkins and her cat, Samantha. Tia Jenkins lives in Louisville, along with her boyfriend, Jason Bradley. Tia's disabilities make it difficult for her to live a normal life.
I have a medical condition called pseudotumor cerebri, which is equivalency of shaken baby syndrome.
Tia suffers from epileptic seizures, as well as coping with bouts of depression and very limited vision.
I have no peripheral vision at all, and I basically see clearly the big E on the eye chart. So technically, I'm legally blind.
Despite her condition, Tia manages to take care of her turtle, Shelly, and her cat, Samantha.
Shelly has always been, since I've had Samantha, her best friend. I can let Shelly run on the floor. Samantha will turn around and babysit her. Kind of like this, big sister type attitude.
Tia remembers inheriting Samantha from an angry neighbor.
My intentions was I was going to find her a home. And she wormed her little way into my heart.
Cats have a very different sort of social mentality or approach than dogs. They will respond to social validation and praise and whatnot, but they don't have that same sort of pack dynamic that dogs will. They tend, though, to make a stronger bond with perhaps an individual as opposed to an entire family unit.
Samantha has become more than just a pet to Tia. She's become a certified service animal for her ability to alert Tia to oncoming seizures and ease her bouts with depression. Debbie McGrath is the executive director of the Epilepsy Foundation of Kentuckiana.
Tia has a sight impairment, and so she needs as much help as she possibly can get. Many individuals don't have an aura or a warning that the seizure is going to happen. For those individuals that do, they know then that they need to get themselves in a safe place. But for those that don't, like Tia, then she had no warning prior to getting Samantha. And now she has Samantha, and Samantha's alerting her. This is crucial. This is critical.
Samantha will go to the window, and in the window there's an alarm. Well, she'll hit it, and it will call for EMS for me. To where they know, hey, look, that there's a service animal that has triggered this. If I don't respond, then they'll dispatch EMS.
This is a unique story in that cats are not generally used as service animals. They are less trainable and less predictable than their canine counterparts. But in this case, it's clear that Tia relies on Samantha for help. When Samantha alerts Tia to oncoming seizures, she's responding to biochemical and behavioral changes she observes in Tia.
It was in the early evening. I fixed me, it was a couple of boneless pork chops on the George Foreman grill, and basically my stove was bad where we could not use it. We called it cross-wired. We had reported it to the landlord.
Tia exits the kitchen, but what she doesn't know is that the stove's faulty wiring has caused an element to turn on. As she works on her computer with Shelly and Samantha close by, Tia has no idea about the situation in the kitchen, a situation that could turn deadly.
Well, turn around and I'm watching that. All of a sudden, I heard the sickest sounding meow. You know, and it was like you knew something was wrong. And I looked over, and Samantha's at the kitchen door crying. And I'm like, what the heck? You know, what's going on?
With Tia's vision problems, she can only make out an orange glow coming from the stove.
The stove apparently had came on and ignited the George Foreman grill, which was on the top of the stove. Samantha was trying to draw my attention to it by letting me know, hey, something's wrong.
Panic sets in as the kitchen burns. Samantha aids Tia in locating the fire extinguisher.
You know, and I grabbed it and popped the pin and hit it, you know, hit the fire, and all the smoke from the fire just came rushing back at me. I was terrified. I thought I was toast. I thought I was gonna be meeting the good Lord upstairs. You know, I'm sitting here disoriented, trying to feel my way around, probably tripping over everything I know of.
Struggling to get out of her apartment, Tia follows the sound of Samantha's cries and is amazed to find that they have led her to Shelley's tank.
It was kind of this, if she don't go, we don't go mentality. So she had to get everybody out.
This is the apartment we lived in. This is the door that she would have had to come out to get out of the building. They come up this hallway to get and you can see how narrow it is. So with you can imagine with the smoke coming out here, it made it very hard for her to go down that way with these steps here and had to navigate around that.
The animals acted in a way that was in keeping with their biology. In times of stress, go to places of safety. It just so happens that fortunately, in this case, Tia was able to hear Samantha and followed. Her actions did bring Tia over to the carrier. It did take her away from the disorienting smoke and fire, and therefore allowed Tia to make some good decisions that saved not only herself, but also her two pets.
Samantha's always been a very extraordinary kitty. You know, with me being depressed, she's always pulled me out of it. With seizures, she's always been there. But, you know, with this, it went above and beyond. You know, guess without her, I wouldn't be here. You know, and she is my angel kitty.
Just having that ability to alert your owner about a seizure happening, but also in a dangerous situation such as that, was critical. Otherwise, there is a good chance that Tia would not be here today if it weren't for Samantha.
I love her, you know, and it's just amazing that she has done so much. I just can't believe it.
Eve and Norman Fertig and Tia Jenkins have their pets to thank for saving their lives. Shayna's natural instincts to get to safety allowed her to tunnel under the fallen trees, but it's the bond she established with Eve and Norman that made sure she took them with her. In the case of Tia Dawn, her cat Samantha, having sensed danger, was able to alert Tia to the fire and guide her and her turtle Shelley to safety.
Looking back at all that I've been through, your footprints next to mine are erased, and I wouldn't be here now if not for you.
Coming up on Pet Heroes, a canine police officer gets between his partner and an armed criminal. And a young boy struggling with autism makes an important new friend.
Hello
Hello, I'm Jason McCoy, and welcome to Pet Heroes. One kind of relationship that can develop between human and animal is that of a partnership. But what effect can that partnership have, and how can it lead to life-saving results? We look at two inspirational partnerships and the lives they change. Calgary Police Services officer Sergeant Bill Dodd was born and raised in Calgary, Alberta. After a brief stint working for an oil company, he decides on a career in law enforcement. With 6 years' experience as a police officer under his belt, Bill successfully joins the service's Canine Unit, a specialized unit that utilizes dogs trained to track and contain suspects, sniff out drugs and explosives, as well as finding missing persons.
That's the kind of policing that I enjoyed, was going from call to call to call. Driving fast and doing all the exciting stuff. I also, always had a love of dogs and animals, and just seemed like a perfect fit.
During his training, Bill works with a half a dozen dogs, but none have all the attributes of a working canine dog. The Canine Unit sends Bill and another officer to check out two new candidates.
One of the dogs was a big, strong, healthy-looking, excellent-looking dog, and the other one was kind of a really emancipated, skinny, tall but skinny dog that looked like nobody had fed him for a while. And so, of course, he picked the one that looked better and looked a little bit bigger and stronger, and so I was left with the other one, and that turned out to be Odin. And looks were deceiving, because the day we opened the door of that kennel, we knew we had something special there. If we were looking for an edge, we found an edge. He had it, and that's what we were looking for. He was originally from the Czech Republic. He'd had some basic obedience training, and all that had been done in Czech. I started off with the Czech commands, but over time, quickly he learned English before I could learn the Czech. Canine dogs are with their handlers 24/7. They work with them, they come home, they're your responsibility at home.
Odin was quite an exceptional dog. At work, he had quite a reputation on the force. He was fierce, he was ferocious, he was aggressive, and yet at home, he was probably the perfect family pet.
He was a really good pet, and I can't remember a time in my life when he wasn't somewhere by me, or I didn't know where he was.
After 4 months, Odin graduates and he and Bill begin their shifts with the Canine Unit in January of 1999. Over the next 4 years, Odin racks up the arrests and establishes himself as a valued member of the force. Dr. Connie Varnigan, a professor of psychology at the University of Alberta, teaches advanced courses on the human-animal bond.
The aggression is trained. It's not that this is an aggressive dog. This is a dog that is trained to act aggressively. If he were an aggressive dog, he wouldn't be skinny little scraggly dog to start with. He would have been big and fat and aggressive. So, it's all in the fabulous training that our police forces give to the dogs and between the dog and the handler.
In March 2004, Bill Dodd returns for his first shift with Odin after 2 weeks vacation. Several members of Calgary's Canine Unit are away attending the funeral of an Edmonton canine officer killed in the line of duty.
We were a little short on the street that night. There was only myself and another canine guy working that night, which for a night shift, there's usually more than 2, but that night there happened to only be 2.
Over the radio, Bill hears a report of shots fired and officers in trouble.
Canine 12.
I immediately switched over my channels to that district, and they were, of course, now calling for canine and tactical unit assistance to help locate the suspect that had fired the weapon at the police officer, who was now out and hiding somewhere.
Upon arrival, Bill is briefed by the other canine member already on the scene. The suspect who fired on police has been contained within 2 blocks of his last known whereabouts. But he could be anywhere amongst the houses, garages, and vehicles in that area. Bill and Odin lead a small tactical unit on the search for the felon.
It's a rough area, kind of a rundown area. There's lots of obstacles and hiding spots around there, very poorly lit.
The armed suspect is not only known to police, but has a history of drug use and violence, and has already demonstrated a willingness to use deadly force.
And I had no doubt that he was extremely dangerous. As we were getting ready, what was going through my mind was that there had been a funeral earlier that day for a policeman who had been killed.
We're going in now.
And a policeman had just been shot at. Luckily, he was uninjured, but it does make you keenly aware of the risks of the job. I also had the utmost confidence in Odin. We've been in a lot of scrapes together before.
Odin has much better sensitivity to sights and sounds and smells, even in a dark environment. So he's able to see a lot better. He can hear a lot better. He can smell the bad guy. He's out there as a super strong stimulus detector. They can pick up on very, very subtle stimuli very quickly. They're much quicker at processing sensory stimuli than we are as humans. He's probably smelling him. He might be hearing him. Heightened hearing. All he's doing is queuing on, find the guy. That's all he's thinking about. That's all that's going through his head.
Tactical members would provide me cover and back up and watch my back. My job is to watch the dog, theirs is to watch everything else.
As the team moves ever closer to the armed suspect, it's questionable as to whether Bill and Odin's team can bring him in without engaging in a Wild West shootout. After the break, when Sergeant Dodd and the other officers find themselves in the line of fire, it's up to Odin. K-9 team Bill Dodd, his longtime partner Odin, and their tactical support inch closer and closer to an armed felon hiding out in a dangerous Calgary neighborhood.
I could tell by Odin's body language that he had what we call winded somebody.
Wendy McClellan, a doctor of veterinary medicine, offers her unique perspective on animal behavior.
German Shepherds really are an incredible breed. They're both highly intelligent and physically very strong. As police dogs, their high prey drive is utilized by officers just like Bill Dodd to help locate and subdue criminals.
As Bill and the tactical team follow Odin's lead, the police helicopter circling above reports that they have located an infrared heat source in the very same yard.
Got a hot spot, 1 yard, the duplex where you guys are in the corner of, on the far south side of the duplex, right up next to the building and the fence. I got a hot spot in the backyard.
That's the hot spot they've become concerned with right there. But again, it's a hot spot. They're not quite sure what they're seeing. And Odin's pulling on the leash, and coming back and pulling at the leash, trying to get some tension in that line so he can move forward. I got into a position where I thought I could deploy Odin and he could get a good idea of who was in that yard. From the tension in the line and from what I could feel, I said to the guys that were with me, he's in the backyard, he's in the backyard, the suspect's in the backyard. Between us and him was concealment, but not really great cover.
Confident that Odin has led them to the suspect, Bill and the tactical team position themselves, knowing that if they remain exposed, they could be fired upon at any moment.
I felt at that point it was that they would deal with him. The tactical unit members looked into the backyard and were shining their flashlights at the end of their long guns. But one of them said to me, "I don't see anything, I don't see anybody back there." It seemed like an eternity that I was leaving Odin exposed. Just as that was happening, one of the tactical unit members' flashlights lit the suspect up in the flashlight.
Bill is right in the line of fire.
It just seemed to me to all be happening in slow motion. It just was too long that we were exposed. Odin made a beeline straight for the suspect. Odin made contact with the bad guy's right arm, which he was holding the gun in, and the tactical unit member saw the gun. So he said, "Dog's got him, gun's down." Dog's got him, guns down.
441 Coffee, one in custody.
We got the bad guy, partner. Nice work.
Miraculously, the suspect is taken down without any shot being fired.
If we can resolve these situations without resorting to lethal force, of course, you know, that's what we want to do. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. In this particular incident, it worked out, couldn't have worked out better.
In 2008, at the age of 10, Odin retires from the Calgary Police Service's Canine Unit as one of the longest-serving dogs with over 300 arrests. Unable to imagine himself continuing in the Canine Unit without Odin, Bill transfers to another division of the police service and buys Odin's license from the city.
He was very good with the kids. I mean, the kids were young. You know, my little one would, you know, go after him with the barbecue tongs, or the kids would paint him. He was just amazing in what he was able to do. You know, his focus, his drive. It's like he had a sixth sense, and partnered up with my husband. Like, they were just an incredible combination.
Odin was unique in that he was able to be very aggressive on the job, very physical, yet gentle and calm at home with Officer Dodd and his family. This is usually not the case with dogs of this nature.
He had a Jekyll and Hyde personality. He was all business when he was at work, and he was a really gentle, loving pet when he was at home. Odin is passed away in January of this year. And it was hard on my family and I. We developed a close bond. You know, we miss him, but yeah, he's a hero in our eyes, and we'll always fondly remember him for sure.
Next, a single mother finds hope for her autistic son in the form of Chloe, a beautiful black lab. We just saw how one incredible partnership made the difference between life and death for Officer Bill Dodd. Next, we look at another special partnership and the dramatic impact this relationship has on a child and his increasingly desperate mother. Tanis Shaw Jensen is a single mom living in Medicine Hat, where she's raising her 7-year-old son Caden and her 4-year-old daughter Marlon. Chloe, a 3-year-old black lab, is the latest addition to the family.
Chloe is like my third child.
This is one picture right here. Me standing by grass and flowers. There's a little wind coming down.
Caden was diagnosed with ASD, autism spectrum disorder, 4 years ago when he was 3 years old. Autism is a neurobiological disorder. It is not a mental illness. It is not a genetic condition. It affects neural pathways in the brain. 3 identifying characteristics of autism is delays in communication, social ability, and sensory issues.
Is right and one is right.
For Caden particularly, he has auditory and visual sensory issues, so he's very overstimulated by too much. He cannot articulate his emotions, his feelings well, and he's very socially inept.
Rexer. Rexer.
Rupert?
Rexer.
Rexer?
The Rexer.
Whiskers?
Yeah, Rexers.
Oh, yeah, right. Thursday you have. Yes.
If I am talking on the phone and the TV is on and he is trying to accomplish a task in the computer room or homework at the table, he becomes very frustrated and he flaps his hands or shakes his head. He used to hit himself, or he would run away when he was overstimulated, and that's very hard.
I have to go.
Tanis desperately struggles to calm Caden down as he goes into sensory overload.
Caden was to a point where he couldn't function hourly. we couldn't do anything. We couldn't go anywhere. A typical day in school was send him to school at 9 o'clock. I would come home and I would wait. I would wait for the phone call, which would come about an hour later. Caden ran away, or Caden is having a meltdown. Caden is under the table screaming.
Tanis is increasingly concerned for Caden's safety as his self-inflicted injuries become more severe.
I couldn't plan anything because Caden was running away. Caden was hitting himself constantly. So we were living in this house like a prison. It was like a prison. And I had to do something drastically.
After reading an article on the benefits of companion animals, Tanis looks into getting Caden a service dog.
So, you just don't have any dogs?
But long wait times and high costs prove too much for the single mom.
It just seemed so hopeless. You know, I needed something right away.
With her hopes of help dashed, a friend of Tanis steps in with a temporary solution.
So, my friend, my wonderful friend, lent us Chloe for a week, and we took Chloe into her house, and immediately I could see change in Caden. Right away, there was a connection between the two of them. Right away, I saw a smile on his face that wasn't, that was a genuine smile. It was a genuine smile.
Chloe's a black lab, and black labs are known for being great with kids of all ages. They're very active, they will play and fetch and interact with the children, and they're also very kind, sweet-natured, and very patient.
When we're just petting a dog, our stress hormones, a major stress hormone is called cortisol, our stress hormones decrease. Our body is relaxing, our heart rate decreases, our blood pressure decreases, we digest better. Caden is relaxed. He's able to deal with his environment a little bit easier because he's with Chloe.
So Caden went to school the day after that Chloe showed up and spent the entire day in school. The teachers were very lenient and let Caden talk about the dog. So just by talking about a dog, Caden was having a normal social interaction with his peers. That has never happened.
But it was never intended for Chloe to be a permanent companion for Caden. And a week later, Tanis's friend returns to take her back.
We had to give Chloe back, and the day that she left was a very sad day around my house. Everybody was very sad. Caden cried, I cried. The thing is, we weren't sure when she was coming back, if she was coming back, so that uncertainty scared Caden. He reverted back to his old ways. He was sad. He lost his friend, his only friend who, you know, could love him unconditionally, who didn't care that he was having a meltdown, or didn't care that he was having a bad day, or couldn't talk, or anything. She just wanted to play with him, and he lost that, and so he reverted back to, you know, he regressed.
A trained service dog can offer so many benefits to an autistic child. They can prevent them from bolting into traffic. They are a constant companion, giving them unconditional love. They also help with social interaction. When kids come up, autistic children often have a hard time communicating, but if the dog's there, they will wait and give the autistic child the time that they need to communicate.
Seeing the amazing change in Caden's life, Tanis's friend decides to let Chloe live with them full time.
And again, it was like the first day that she was with us. Caden had a wonderful day at school, a wonderful day at home. There were no meltdowns, not for those first few days. It was almost like I could see what Caden would be like without autism. If he wasn't affected by this disorder, I could see what he could be like. And it was a really good feeling. It was good.
Chloe was able to modulate her behavior when she was around Caden. This is a common behavior in dogs. A good example of this is with little kids. Dogs will not be as rambunctious when they're around little ones because they know they don't want to knock them over. So in this case, Chloe modulated her behavior to fit Caden's, and that's a large part of why they bonded so quickly.
Caden has changed drastically. He is calm, he's responsible, he's learning independence.
Chloe!
The bad days are very rare, they're few and far between. I think she has saved not only my sanity, I think she saved this family. I don't know where we would be without her. I don't want to think what life would be like without her. She's a good dog. She's my hero. She really is.
A great partnership is one where both parties benefit. In Sergeant Bill Dodd's case, his partnership with Odin literally saved his life. And for Caden, Chloe's partnership offers a calming influence and the ability to connect socially with others. In return, Odin and Chloe both receive the unconditional love and security of family.
Looking back at all that I've been through, your footprints next to mine, all erased. And I wouldn't be here now if not for you.
Coming up on Pet Heroes, we look back to World War II and the Battle of Hong Kong, where the actions of one dog saved the lives of 7 soldiers. And a group of Canadian soldiers stationed in Afghanistan go beyond the call of duty to rescue a starving puppy.
Hi, I'm Jason McCoy, and welcome to Pet Heroes. The use of animals in military conflict spans throughout our history. But how is that bond between humans and animals tested during these difficult times? Today we look at soldiers past and present and the animals that had an impact on them.
Robin Walker lives in St. Thomas, Ontario, and is the author of Sergeant Gander, a Canadian hero.
The story of Gander came to me as a result of another writing project that I was doing for a magazine. And as a result of the research for that article, Gander was a hero. He needed recognition, and the fact that he hadn't received recognition, I think, was a mistake that needed to be rectified.
Gander was originally named Pal, and his story begins around 1940. The Royal Rifles, a Canadian Army regiment, sets up station at Gander Airport in the Dominion of Newfoundland. The airport is quickly renamed Royal Canadian Air Force Station Gander, and is soon a hub of activity, sending new pilots and aircraft to the war effort abroad.
He was born probably sometime in 1939. He was a pup, family pet, and the important thing to remember all through this is he was never a service dog. He was always a pet, no matter who he belonged to.
The pilots at the busy RCAF Station Gander don't encounter many obstacles on this side of the Atlantic, but they do keep a constant eye out for the bear who enjoys napping on the runways.
More than once they did have pilots radio in that couldn't land, bear on the runway, please advise. So he was a character.
The friendly dog is a favorite with the children, but after accidentally scratching a young girl, the Haydens decide that Pal is too big to be a family pet. They offer the big Newfoundland to the men of the Royal Rifles stationed at RCAF Gander, who graciously accept and rename him Gander. Jeremy Swanson, a former commemorations officer with the Military Museum in Ottawa, worked closely with the veterans of the Second World War.
The regiment inherited the dog Pal and called it Gander. and that was where it all came from. So he became part of the regiment. The men absolutely loved him. He even had a number. He was on the strength, so to speak. He even had rations.
They called it a military mascot. They did give him an honorary title of sergeant, so he was known as Sergeant Gander, and he had stripes that went on his harness to prove his rank.
Oh, better look at this, Sergeant.
He was assigned a kit bag with his bowl and his brush, and he was assigned a handler as well, who was responsible for the day-to-day care of the dog.
His handler was, at that point, a young man by the name of Fred Kelly. He and the dog were inseparable. He used to jump into the shower with them, he used to drink beer, and used to travel with them everywhere, and he became the mascot.
They built him a doghouse outside, and he put up such a fuss, howling and carrying on, that the soldiers just said, forget it. Fred Kelly brought him inside the barracks, and he slept right next to Fred during the night.
In the fall of 1941, British forces, stretched beyond their capabilities in defense of their homeland, request assistance from Canada. In October of 1941, the Royal Rifles and the Winnipeg Grenadiers are sent to Hong Kong to strengthen the garrison against an attack by the Japanese.
The men were adamant that they weren't going to leave Gander behind. So when they got their orders to ship out, there was literally no discussion. The dog is coming with us.
The Royal Rifles journey across the country by train. Arriving in Vancouver, the regiment attempts to lead Gander on board the Prince Robert, the ship that will take them across the Pacific to Hong Kong. But the captain quickly turns the bear away.
They put up quite a fuss, convinced the captain that this was just not a bear, just a very large dog. Gander was allowed to board, and he made the journey across the Pacific to Hong Kong with the Canadian soldiers.
The Royal Rifles, with their mascot Gander in tow, land in the British colony of Hong Kong on November 16, 1941.
They had very little training, but they were all completely fitted out, and they helped the Hong Kong garrison's morale tremendously because they saw these young, fit men turning up with their dog in the front. I think that they drew a connection to home, to things from home. I think they recognized in him their own pets, perhaps, and they recognized somebody who was loyal and devoted, dedicated to them. And there was definitely a connection between the dog and the men as to normality.
Kelly McMillan is a clinical counselor who works closely alongside military personnel to assist soldiers who have experienced trauma.
A dog particularly is an instant source of calm and soothing and nurturing. A lot of people who've been deployed get into a constant state of hyperarousal, so they're constantly on alert and they don't know how to come down again. And the pet, by holding the pet and putting your hand on its chest and just monitoring its breathing and trying to mirror your breathing with the pet, is a way of teaching people how to start calming down. And so it's really effective in teaching people how to not only monitor their emotions, but to get control back of their emotions.
The young men enjoy 3 weeks of quiet patrols. Then on December 8th, all hell breaks loose. With a massive surge, Japan sends troops across into the territories of the mainland. Indian and British troops are pushed back rapidly, and within days, their backs are against the sea of the Kowloon mainland coast.
By December 13th, all of the mainland troops have pulled back to Hong Kong Island itself. Now, Gander was already on the island. He was with C Company of the Royal Rifles.
The Royal Rifles were charged with protecting a certain section of the island called the Limoon Gap, which is one of the smallest gaps between the island and the mainland.
I mean, there were literally thousands and thousands of Japanese crossing that channel of water. And C Company, where Gander was located, felt the full brunt of that invasion force.
Well, Gander immediately, he understood at this point that the Japanese were the enemy.
Outnumbered and outgunned, the brave men of the Royal Rifle C Company are quickly losing ground on the last piece of land they have to defend. After the break, the Royal Rifles continue losing ground until one of them is forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. Braving the invasion of the island of Hong Kong by the Japanese ground forces, the Canadian Army's Royal Rifles struggled to hold their tenuous position at Lai Moon Gap, a 400-meter water channel that separated the island from the mainland.
And it was a hellish several days because the bombardment almost never stopped. At that point, the overwhelming numerical superiority of the Japanese is coming into play, and the Canadians are being forced back off the beaches, and they're pulling back into the hills of Hong Kong. And C Company, where Gander was located, felt the full brunt of that invasion force.
Reports tell of Gander rushing the Japanese and biting their ankles, and even a story of 2 Japanese soldiers with bayonets running away from the dog with Gander after them, biting, snapping at their heels.
Eyewitness accounts recall being shocked that the Japanese didn't simply shoot him, but he was large, he's big, he's rearing up on his hind feet, he's got a big set of teeth. It was probably a very frightening sight.
I have no doubt that the guys had not just an intense bond, but a really incomparable respect for Gander because, again, he was a hero. I mean, he fought on his own and went where the guys were unable to go or unwilling to go.
Gander continues to attack Japanese troops when they venture too close to his wounded comrades. The Royal Rifles recall the enemy running away from Gander, shouting, "Black Devil" in Japanese. Later, during interrogation in prisoner of war camps, the Japanese would ask the Canadians about the Black Devil. The enemy thought the Canadians had trained the Black Beast to fight in battle. Wendy McClellan, a doctor of veterinary medicine, offers her unique perspective on animal behavior.
Newfoundland dogs are known for their acts of heroism, they're physically strong, they have a really sweet nature, and they have quite a lot of guardian instincts. When Gander recognized the threat, he went into protection mode. He positioned himself between the Japanese and the soldiers he was bonded to. This situation can be compared to a pack in that the whole pack protects each other. It's very much a situation of you watch my back, I'll watch yours.
The battle rages on, but C Company of the Royal Rifles continue to be pushed back from Lai Moon Gap by the invading Japanese forces.
And it was very typical for the Japanese to lob grenades up into the mountains, up into the hills, and the Canadians, if they were fast enough, would run out, grab a grenade, throw it back down at the Japanese. So this sort of game of catch was going back and forth.
Gander and C Company of the Royal Rifles continue to counterattack the Japanese forces throughout the night of December 18th. As day breaks, Gander and a group of wounded Canadian soldiers recover and regroup following a failed attempt to retake a fortification on high ground the night before. Suddenly, a grenade lands in front of the wounded men.
They can't get away. They're looking at this thing and, a grenade. And the soldiers know they can do nothing to get away from it. What they saw out of nowhere came a black blur, which was Gander. He came charging out, gathered the grenade in his mouth, and took off with it.
Sergeant Gander was killed in action that day, saving the lives of 7 Canadian soldiers.
And I think Gander absolutely acted to protect people that he felt he had an obligation to protect.
The Canadians fought valiantly alongside British and Indian troops until their surrender to the Japanese on Christmas Day, 1941. They would spend the next 3.5 years in prisoner of war camps. But the sacrifice they made will never be forgotten, and neither will Sergeant Gander.
And they told me the story, and they said they'd always wanted the dog to get recognition for this selfless act. So that was the trigger for me.
After first hearing the story, Jeremy and his staff at the War Museum worked tirelessly to ensure Sergeant Gander gets the recognition he deserves.
He submitted Gander's name for the Dickin Medal, which is the animal equivalent to the Victoria Medal, and it's put out by a British veterinary charity. They hadn't received an application for the Dickin Medal in over 50 years, so they were absolutely shocked to get Jeremy's application. But after looking it over, they said, absolutely, this dog is deserving of our medal. There are children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren who wouldn't be here today had those men not been saved. So I don't think there's any denying that Gander's a hero. He gave his life for people who loved him and for people he loved.
Next, Canadian soldiers posted in Afghanistan rescue a stray puppy, as he in turn becomes one mother's symbol of hope.
We just saw how one dog was willing to sacrifice himself to save the lives of 7 soldiers. Now we look at a group of soldiers stationed in Afghanistan who go to incredible lengths to save the life of a stray puppy.
Robin Roy Hampton lives on a farm in southern Saskatchewan with her husband and their 3 dogs.
Living in rural Saskatchewan, it's a farm life. It's a very quiet life. Small town, very friendly town, great place.
Robin's dogs have spent their whole lives on the farm, but Guts is another story, and he came a long way to be here. Guts belongs to Robin's son, a private in the Canadian military whose section had found Guts while stationed in southern Afghanistan.
My son met Guts when he got back to Afghanistan after being home for his Christmas leave.
As the soldiers eat breakfast, a small puppy wanders in, desperate to find something to eat.
They started feeding him bacon, and he ate so much that he actually bloated. That's how he got the name Guts. Oh, they connected right away. They had made a little bed for him, but he would go and whimper at somebody's cot till someone put him up on theirs.
A dog can enter a camp and suddenly everyone's attention is attracted to the dog, and for a moment the stresses of war sort of disappear. And a dog speaks a common language, so everyone can accept a dog regardless whether it comes from the enemy or not. And a dog can provide grounding to a soldier. It can sort of allow them for a moment to experience a break from war. A dog is also very soothing. When the guys are deployed, they're in a constant state of fight or flight, typically. So their blood pressure's up, their heart rate's up, and their breathing is faster. And a dog comes along, and all of a sudden, your blood pressure goes down, your breathing goes down, and your heart rate slows, and you experience that place of calm that you don't normally get to experience while you're in a war zone.
During times of stress, animals can be so important. They provide a non-judgmental presence, constant companionship, and physiologically, even by just petting them, it reduces cortisol and blood pressure, having a real calming effect on the soldiers.
As they begin their journey to Kandahar City, the soldiers must decide what to do with Guts. They know if they leave him behind, he won't survive.
The next group that was coming in would have had to do away with him. So they decided they would throw him in their backpack, and away they went. They knew that their tour was going to be up in a couple of months, and if they wanted to get him home, they were going to have to get things rolling. And at that time, they were in Kandahar City, and they weren't supposed to have dogs there, and there were a lot of diseases, too, with dogs. The survival rate is very low.
Taking you home.
Albert Wong is a retired lieutenant commander with the Canadian Armed Forces living in Mississauga. Albert's own dog, Wutan, was rescued from Afghanistan, an event that prompted him to volunteer with Nowzad Dogs, an organization dedicated to helping soldiers get their pets out of war zones.
We've had about 8 dogs come back now, and 1 cat. It is an underground railway of pets. I feel like one of those, you know, I show up at the airport and they say, I'm receiving a dog. Their lives are literally in the balance. You know, if we did not do the paperwork right, or if we had a misconnection somewhere, imagine they're stuck in, in Islamabad in the airport holding area in that heat and humidity. So their lives are in the balance.
The process of hiding Guts becomes more and more difficult every day as the soldiers' families work with Albert and Nowzad dogs to raise the money to bring Guts home.
I need you down at watering hole 5.
My son and the other soldiers were willing to pay it all themselves, but they thought, well, any help they can get. And it was amazing. People from all over the world that sent in funds for him. It was great.
The guys would take a risk to keep the animal with them because of the rewards the animal brings to them in terms of comfort, security, but also it's a bit of fun. So there's a bit, these guys like a challenge, and it's a challenge trying to hide the pup or to try to figure out ways to outsmart superiors to make sure that they keep the puppy, you know, hidden away if necessary. It becomes fun and it becomes another team activity. And it's kind of neat to see the guys rally together to strategize how to, you know, make sure that the animal stays part of their team.
Having finally raised enough money to bring Guts home, the soldiers decide it's time for the young puppy to begin his long journey. They entrust him to a local taxi driver, who will then transport him to Kandahar Airfield, where he'll be checked out by a veterinarian before being put on a flight to Kabul. Just one of many stops to come.
We booked him on a flight from Kabul to Islamabad. Someone else met him, took him into a shelter in Islamabad. And again, the veterinarian had to look through it and look him over, make sure he validated all his vaccinations and created a new set of documents that the Pakistani airport authorities would recognize. Once we had all that done, we then booked him on a flight, and there's a direct flight from Islamabad to Toronto. And then we called Mom and said, we have your puppy, your son's puppy.
Robin flies in from Regina, eager to meet up with Guts and escort him on the last leg of his journey home.
I had a distinct feeling that for her it was like her son, a part of her son experience had come back to her.
It was very emotional. My son was still in Afghanistan and still had a little over a month to go. But it was like having just a little bit of him back again. It was very emotional.
After a long and harrowing trip, Guts finally arrives in Saskatchewan, where he waits to be reunited with the soldiers as they finish their tour of duty in Afghanistan.
Seeing Guts return home, that's, you know, going to be a really important connection for the soldier when he comes home to the memories of war, both positive and negative, and really it represents a success of his mission. No matter how bad things were, Guts is something positive that came out of that deployment and something he'll have for many, many years to come, and that's something really special.
I think, of course, the soldiers were heroes just to take the time and the effort to get Guts home. And Guts was a hero for them. Just by being himself. Give them something else to think about.
The bond established between humans and animals during wartime is a sacred and beautiful thing. Thanks to the heroic efforts of the soldiers stationed in Afghanistan, Guts no longer has to beg for his meals. And Sergeant Gander will always be remembered for the heroic efforts that saved the lives of 7 soldiers during the Battle of Hong Kong.
Looking back at all that I've been through, your footprints next to mine, all you raise.
Coming up on Pet Heroes, a woman is rescued by police service dogs not once, but twice. And when a young boy wanders off into the woods, it's up to 2 puppies to keep him safe.
Hi, I'm Jason McCoy, and welcome to Pet Heroes.
A child wandering away from home and becoming lost in the woods, alone, facing frigid temperatures, is a frightening concept. In these desperate situations, dogs can often be the difference between life and death. But what roles do canines play that make them so vital to these lost youngsters' survival? Doug Hawks has been a member of the RCMP since 1989. He's worked with dogs for over 20 years as both a handler working in the field and as a trainer at the Police Dog Training Center in Innisfail. It was during his time as a dog handler that Doug was first introduced to a very special partner, Corey.
I first met Corey in 1999. He was such a smart dog. He picked up on things so quickly. He was just a great dog, great companion, and always had my back.
Together, Corey and Doug work on everything from detecting contraband and explosives, criminal pursuit, and assisting in the search and rescue of missing persons. It's November 23rd. Doug and Corey are working the evening shift when a call comes in. Eileen Simpson, an elderly woman, has gone missing.
The mounted police got a call that a lady with dementia had wandered away from a nursing home in Innisfail, and they couldn't find her. She'd been missing since 6:30.
Go ahead for 3 Echo 23. They had no idea where she had gone. She was having some disorientation, possibly dementia. In this instance, you're looking at an elderly lady who may be not that strong, and you're working against time. It was quite cool, quite rainy. If a person was outside for any particular period of time, besides being wet, you'd become very hypothermic.
Doug meets another officer on the scene. They quickly assess the situation. The other officer will search outside the perimeter, while Doug and Corey begin searching along the interior of the perimeter. Robert Wambold is a member of the Calgary Search and Rescue Team.
Even those, a lot of times we search the immediate vicinity looking for any clues of where they've been, and it's not uncommon even for those that they end up showing up outside the area where we're searching, that with senior citizens, they don't necessarily look lost.
So I searched all the way along in here to the back fence. So we continued searching all this area back here. I searched the back end between here and the highway, located nothing. So I decided to keep on moving south here. The other thing that really concerned me is if a person becomes disoriented. It was only maybe 50, 60 yards away from the highway. My concern was if she walked out onto the highway, possibly wearing dark clothing at all, nobody would have a chance to stop to see her. The dog is using the air, the wind. His head is up off the ground. He's air scenting, trying to pick up human scent. This is where my dog really started alerting and started moving ahead of me. And I knew that he was onto something at that time. We always follow our dog and listen to what our dog's telling us. So I just follow along behind the dog, and the dog took off ahead of me. I rounded the corner of the fence, and lo and behold, laying in the ditch was Eileen Simpson.
We'll call an ambulance for you right away, okay?
Her cane was beside her. She may have fallen, and that's where we found her. We found her laying on her back clutching her purse, and very, very cold.
With her core temperature dangerously low, Eileen is transported by ambulance to hospital in nearby Red Deer, where she is treated for hypothermia.
Without Corey, without a dog, I believe she probably may have perished.
By leading Sergeant Hawks to Eileen's location in time, Corey was able to save her life. But amazingly, this isn't the first time the RCMP have come to Eileen's rescue. Not long after Eileen's recovery, she receives a visit from Audrey Redmond.
She was suffering with dementia, so we showed her a picture of her where she'd been found the first time and a picture of Dale. She said, "Oh, there's my dog." She just had never, ever forgotten him.
Audrey's father, renowned RCMP officer John Nicholson Cossey, better known as Jack, was doing groundbreaking police work in the 1930s with the help of a very special dog. Dale, often considered the very first RCMP police dog, was instrumental in finding Eileen 69 years earlier. In 1935, Sergeant Jack Cossey, a criminal investigator with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police out of Calgary, Alberta, is the first member of the force to utilize dogs to assist in his police work. Dale is Jack's first working dog. And it doesn't take him long to prove himself. It's just after noon on the 17th of August, 1935. 2.5-year-old Eileen Simpson wanders away from her parents' farm near the tiny hamlet of Carstairs, Alberta, 70 kilometers north of Calgary.
A missing child is a very serious incident. The child does not have complete understanding, especially a young child under 6, does not necessarily have a complete understanding that they are lost. So, and they don't necessarily recognize the area they're in, so they're going to have a tendency to continue wandering or get further lost because they're trying to find their way back to where they were.
Unable to find their young daughter on their own and becoming increasingly concerned for her safety, the family calls upon the community for help in the search. As daylight fades and the temperature drops, the situation grows more desperate for the Simpsons and their 2.5-year-old Eileen.
This was nightfall. Well, this was about 11 o'clock at night, and they still hadn't any sign of her at all.
Coming up, tensions mount as the search party finds no trace of Eileen. With time running out, Jack and his trusted dog Dale may be her only hope. Two-year-old Eileen Simpson has wandered away from her family farm and become lost. When her parents and neighbors find no signs of her, they decide to call the RCMP.
And Dad got a call at night that a little girl had been lost from a farm just out of Carstairs. And so they thought possibly he and the dog might be some help.
After working a full shift, Jack and Dale drive 200 kilometers northeast to Carstairs, hoping to help find Eileen Simpson. Having traveled through the night, Jack and Dale finally arrive at the Simpson farm at dawn on August 18th.
By that time, 200 people had gone through the fields and had no luck. And it was raining, and it rained all night long, and they'd almost given up hope because the little girl was only wearing a light cotton dress. And I don't even know if she had shoes and socks on, but they'd really lost hope. Her mother gave my dad one of her sweaters so he could get the scent to the dog.
Wendy McClellan, a doctor of veterinary medicine, offers her unique perspective on animal behavior.
When it comes to sense of smell, humans have 5 million olfactory receptors. Comparatively, dogs have 220 million, which allows them to pick up even the faintest scent, making them a vital part of search and rescue.
The 2.5-year-old Eileen Simpson has been alone and at the mercy of the elements for nearly 20 hours. And after nearly 2 hours of searching, Jack and Dale are still no closer to finding her.
They went through fields that other people had already searched. My dad said that it fouled the trail, and so it would make it much more difficult for the dog.
Picking up on Eileen's scent proves difficult for Dale. Hope begins to fade as the search wears on, and there are no signs of her.
And then they went into a field that was brush and then tall grain, and Dale just took off.
Dale discovers Eileen hypothermic but alive, nearly a day after wandering away from the family farm. She's found in a small gully, sheltered from the elements, which likely helped keep her alive throughout the night.
Hi, how are you, honey?
It was the first time Dale had found a lost child, and my dad wrapped her in his jacket, took her back to the farmhouse.
Eileen's parents work quickly to warm her core temperature, and in no time, she's up and walking around.
Search and rescue dogs like Dale are trained to substitute a human scent, like Eileen's, for what they would normally hunt as prey. This allows them to lead an officer directly to the location of the missing person.
By the time Dad left an hour or so later, Eileen was awake and cheerful, and her life had been saved.
After the rescue, Jack Cossey receives a letter from Eileen's father.
Dear sir, I would like very much to get a picture of that dog of yours that found Eileen 2 weeks ago. And if you have not got a picture of the dog, we would not mind paying to have one, as that dog saved Eileen's life. She came out all right, never had as much as a cold. Sincerely yours, R.J. Simpson. But my dad did have one, and Eileen kept that picture with her all her life.
The first rescue of Eileen Simpson plays a major role in convincing RCMP brass to establish a full-time canine branch. And in 1938, Jack Cossey is put in charge of the first RCMP police dog training school.
And he was Dale's handler until Dale's heart started to give out, and he retired to our house, and he lived with us until he died. Dale was 9 years old when he died.
It's just beyond belief that, let alone one person is found by a police dog twice in one lifetime. But our first police service dog team, Sergeant Causey, and police service dog Dale, finding her, you know, there's my little niche or little mark in history, I guess.
In 2007, Audrey Redmond attends a ceremony to honor her father, Sergeant Jack Causey, and his partner, Dale, at the RCMP Police Dog Training Center in Innisfail. Also there is the twice-saved Eileen Simpson.
If it wasn't for Jack Causey, we would not be here today discussing the things that we're discussing. He's our forefather.
My dad felt that the policeman had to be as well trained as the dog if they were to work well together and get all the potential from the dog that they needed. So that was how the Mounted Police started, with dogs.
The RCMP Police Dog Program continues to rack up countless arrests and save scores of people, though only one twice in her lifetime.
Eileen was a busy girl, but they saved her life twice, which was pretty important.
Today, the RCMP have over 150 dog teams across Canada, largely due to Jack Cossey's pioneering work with Dale in the 1930s.
Oh, I think Dale was a hero. He did so many wonderful things.
In my eyes, Corey's a hero. You know, he's my partner, and yeah, he's definitely a hero.
Next, two puppies provide comfort and warmth to a lost little boy as search and rescue teams work desperately to locate them. Eileen Simpson was incredibly lucky to be saved not once, but twice over the course of her life, and played a small role in making canine officers a vital part of the RCMP. Next, we look at the story of Jaylyn Thorpe and two amazing puppies. Catherine Elliott has spent the last 4 years raising her grandson Jaylyn in Halifax County.
He's mischievous at times, but he's very well-behaved child at times. I love him to death, and he's outside. I'm constantly checking him to see where he's at.
Dipstick is Jaylyn's dog. His other puppy, Bootsy, is sadly no longer with the family.
Dipstick is probably mixed with ham and beagle, I think. And Bootsy, I don't know what she was mixed with, but she was the prettiest one of them. Kind of cream colored puppy.
On December 5th, 2008, 3-year-old Jaylyn is being looked after by a babysitter. When she goes to check on the baby, she makes sure to take Jaylyn with her. But Jaylyn has other ideas.
He had slipped out of the house up there through the doggy door.
Neighbors glimpse him playing in the yard with Dipstick and Bootsy along with the babysitter's dogs. But within moments, Jaylyn disappears into the woods surrounding the property.
3:30, 4 o'clock, I had a phone call. Mom, Daddy, we can't find Jaylyn. I said, what do you mean you can't find Jaylyn? We don't know where he's at. I said, on my way.
If we go for a hike, we know we've got to go out and we got to come back or circle back to where we started. Children don't, when they're that young, don't understand that concept. They're going from point A to point B. They don't think about going back to point A.
Stanley Noblin is the sheriff of Halifax County and has been in law enforcement for over 17 years.
Before I got the call, I was just leaving the office, heading to my house to sign off duty, and we received a call around 4:30 p.m.
Sheriff Noblin arrives on the scene to find Catherine Elliott and Jaylyn's babysitter distraught and on the verge of panic.
After interviewing the babysitter and several of the family members, we figured that Jaylyn had just walked off.
Sheriff Noblin's concerns mount as the 3 older dogs return, but the family is confident that Dipstick and Bootsy are with Jaylyn.
We found out they didn't have quite the relationship with him that the puppies had, so that's what kept our hope alive for him.
Even if the puppies are with him, Jaylyn still faces constant dangers.
Right, we don't got a lot of time, so I want you guys to huddle up.
The terrain was just extremely hilly, very thick woods, lots of creeks, ponds, old mines. It was about as dangerous as you could get, not only for a little child wandering in the dark, but even for the search and rescue crews and the law enforcement officials who were there.
Make sure you guys are ready.
From the searcher standpoint, darkness makes it harder to find a child because if they're hiding under a tree or they just decided to curl up in some brush, that they're going to be a lot harder to find than if it's during the day when it's easier to look for them.
We were going through the woods, hollering his name out, just looking everywhere. Because we didn't know if he may have been asleep at the time, so you didn't want to step over top of him and not see him. And at the same time, you didn't want to the worst thing happen. He not be alive, and you actually walk right past him because you didn't hear any sound from him.
The search and rescue teams spend the entire day scouring the woods for Jaylyn. Worries mount as the sun sets and the temperature drops.
Well, as the night went on and it was getting colder and colder, I didn't know whether they would find him alive or not.
Dogs, and especially puppies, like to huddle together when they sleep, mostly for warmth, but also for security. So when Jaylyn and the puppies are stranded in the woods, it's natural for the puppies to huddle around him.
As day breaks, tensions run high, and no signs of Jaylyn have been found.
We looked, it was, a few hours and stuff had passed. You kind of get the feeling that you just didn't know, if you would find him.
Jaylyn!
I was hollering his name and I heard, something holler. And I just took off running, towards that sound, and I kept hollering for him to holler back at me, so I could just follow the sound, to him.
Jaylyn!
It was an amazing sight. to see him standing, the two puppies, by his side. He didn't seem to be, scared or anything. He just seemed like he went on a little adventure, and the adventure took him a little too far.
How are you? You all right? He's here! I got him! You okay? Look at me. Hey, it's all right. There you go.
Jaylin is found unharmed.
We were all exuberant. We were about as happy as you could imagine that we believed a miracle had happened.
I think having those puppies there, played a big part in him actually, surviving. And to me, it was amazing that the puppies, stuck with him.
I think they was heroes because they stayed with him, and when they found Jaylin, the puppies was right there with him. It's amazing.
For Eileen Simpson, the efforts of a highly trained RCMP dog helped save her life, not once, but twice. Both times, it was the dog's ability to follow a scent that led to her discovery. In the case of Jaylin, his two puppies, Bootsy and Dipstick, helped keep him warm throughout the night by huddling together on either side of him while search and rescue teams worked desperately to locate them.
Looking back at all that I've been through, your footprints next to mine would not erase, and I wouldn't be here now if not for you.
Coming up on Pet Heroes, an encounter with an injured dog radically changes the course of one man's life. And the work of a therapy dog makes an impact in the lives of people, both young and old. Hi, I'm Jason McCoy, and welcome to Pet Heroes. Pet lovers know how their animal companions can enrich their day-to-day lives, but what about long-term? We look at the incredible stories of two special canines who made a lasting impact in the lives of those they touched. Since 1999, Mike Arms has been president and CEO of the Helen Woodward Animal Center. But the welfare of four-legged creatures wasn't always on his radar.
I grew up on a farm in Kentucky. I had no interest in working with animals, that I am in the business of saving orphaned animals. This is my product. They're very special to me, and I spend my life marketing them, promoting them, and giving them a second chance in life. So I'm in the business of saving lives.
Mike's remarkable story begins in New York City in the late 1960s.
When I was done with school, I decided I want to go where the money is, and I went to New York, and I went to an employment agency. And the fellow that was giving me the interview said, well, you're from Kentucky, you must like animals. So I said, animals are okay, I would never hurt one, but let's get on with this interview. And he said, how would you like to work for the ASPCA? It's a place that takes care of unwanted, mistreated, abused, and neglected animals. I said, I have no interest in that. They said, well, it'll look good on your resume that you got involved in something so large at such a young age. It'll be a great stepping stone for you. So he convinced me.
But if Mike was reluctant at first, he soon becomes entirely discouraged. His career in animal protection services proves a nightmare.
It wasn't for me. In 7 months, I lost 25 pounds. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep. I was tormented by what I was witnessing. At that time, that organization was killing 140,000 animals a year, and there was no discrimination. It made no difference. It was the cutest 8-week-old puppy, 8-week-old kitten, the most magnificent golden retriever or Siamese cat. It made no difference. The holding period was 24 hours. If nobody adopted the animal or claimed the animal in 24 hours, they were killed. That's what we were doing to these beautiful animals that mankind says they love so much. So I wanted no part of this so-called animal welfare world. I figured to save my sanity, I had to get out. Gave my 2 weeks notice, but then something was about to change my life.
I need you to go.
6 days before I was to leave the ASPCA, the secretary came in and said, Mike, we have a dog hit by a car on Davidson Avenue in the Bronx. I said, all right, get a driver and get the dog. So that's just it. We have no drivers available, and this one's supposed to be in very bad shape. I just took off my suit jacket, put on a uniform jacket, and took the ambulance out myself.
Mike struggles to find the injured dog. His search takes him into a dangerous and unfamiliar part of town.
When I got to Davidson Avenue, this little tan and black terrier mix was laying in the street, but he was bent almost backwards in half.
It's immediately apparent to Mike that he has to get this animal off the street, into the ambulance, and to the animal hospital.
So I'm standing above this little one. He's shaking so badly from fear and pain. Just as I was about to reach down for him, these 3 fellas came out of this apartment building doorway. They started yelling, what the hell do you think you're doing? I said, it's obvious, this little one's dying. I'm taking it to the hospital. They said, no, you're not taking it anywhere. I said, why, is this your dog? They said, no, we're betting on how long it's gonna live. No feeling of emotion on them whatsoever. I said, well, you guys are really sick. And then I reached down, and I scooped this little one up, and I'm holding him cradled in my arms. And he is shaking so vehemently, I thought he was gonna fall. So I just looked down at him, and he was staring into my eyes with his beautiful brown eyes, and he held me spellbound for those seconds in time. And his body just seemed to calm, as if to say, I feel safe now.
But Mike is far from safe. The 3 men who accosted him have no intention of letting the dog go.
Little did I know that my life was about to change.
Coming up after the break, Mike's world is turned upside down as he's brutally attacked and left for dead. Mike Arms, an animal protection officer in New York, prepares to transport a badly injured terrier to the hospital. The only thing standing in his way are 3 dangerous men.
I felt a crack across the back of my head, and at that time, I didn't know it was a bottle. Then I saw the bat coming. And then when I saw the knives, and I actually saw one sticking out of my leg, and I thought I was going to die. This was it. This was the end of my life, right then and there. Now the roles are reversed. I'm the one lying dying in the street that day. But that's when I found the compassion that these animals have for us, that we as human beings will never be able to emulate.
Wendy McClellan, a doctor of veterinary medicine, offers her unique perspective on animal behavior.
A bond can form so quickly. Just like with people, a small act of kindness can go a long way. And that act of kindness was obviously felt by this dog towards Mike.
I felt something wet against my face, and I kept feeling it and feeling it until I opened my eyes. And when I opened my eyes and I was staring at his beautiful brown eyes one more time, and I realized what was taking place. That little one should not have been able to move by any shape of the imagination, but he found a way to crawl to my side, and he licked me back to consciousness. I mean, the heart that that animal showed, the pain that he endured to come to my side, because he cared enough about the act of kindness I gave him before he left. He was going to return that favor. I could have stayed in that street and been unconscious and just passed over, but this little one was going to make sure that that didn't happen, and this little one was putting purpose in my life.
The licking behavior exhibited by the dog in this case could be for a number of reasons. It's a submissive gesture, it's a compassionate gesture, it's a bond-forming gesture, as well as it could be a resuscitation. Mother dogs will lick their young in attempt to get them to breathe. In this case, it was a combination of all these.
After a painful struggle to revive Mike Arms, the injured dog passes away.
I laid in that street and I cried and I prayed, don't do it. Don't take my life today. Give me one more chance, and I promise you I'll devote it to them. Well, seconds after I made that promise, not minutes, but seconds after I made that promise, my friend closed his eyes and he crossed over a Rainbow Bridge, and we will take our walk someday that was meant to be.
Very close to death, Mike is discovered and rushed to the hospital.
And they come up and they took me to Westchester Square Hospital and started sewing me back together again. And, you know, I had a cracked skull, you know, from a bottle and a bat being broken over my head and stab wounds.
Dr. Connie Varnigan, a professor of psychology at the University of Alberta, teaches advanced courses on the human-animal bond.
The human-animal bond there's a number of theories to it, and one of them, which is a fabulous theory and it's evolutionary based, is called the biophilia hypothesis, that we have evolved as humans to love nature. Okay? We love our dogs. We tend to keep the domesticated animals that serve our needs in particular ways. And one of those needs can be being member of the pack. Okay? An animal that loves us as unconditionally as we love them. So maybe animals also respond within the biophilia theory that they have evolved to love us as well.
I had a purpose and went right back to the ASPCA, forgot about leaving, stayed there for another 8 years.
From the ASPCA, Mike Arms moved to the North Shore Animal League of America, where he increased adoptions from 50 a week to 850 a week, turning it into the largest pet adoption agency in the world.
And then that wasn't enough for me. Then I decided to help organizations around the country. And then that career path led me here to this center where I decided that this will be my last stop.
See how they bounce right back? She was just spayed yesterday.
At the Helen Woodward Animal Center, Mike has initiated programs and pet therapy sessions to aid in the adoption of thousands of pets. From the IAMS Home for the Holidays program to Animal Shelter Education Services, or ACES, their successes are shared with animal shelters from around the globe.
And so we look at things differently. I tell them, don't put one kitten in a cage, don't put 3 kittens in a cage, put 2 kittens in a cage, and give them names, Peanut Butter and Jelly, Peaches and Cream, Bonnie and Clyde. So when the families come in, they take Peanut Butter out of the cage, and then Jelly just looks so sad, well, they can't leave it behind. So they'll adopt the 2 of them. So it'll increase your pet adoptions by 10% overall.
Mike's story is an epic example of how one animal can change your life. In my practice, I see it every day. Animals changing their humans' lives for the better.
That day gave me purpose in life. More than anything else that ever happened in my life, that gave me a purpose. I get up every day, I know what I'm supposed to do. This was somebody's plan. This was that man up there's plan that was going to change my life so I can help change others. But from that day to now, I have done nothing with my life but devoted to them. From that day to now, I have helped facilitate and save more than 6 million animals, and I figure I have a couple of million more in me to go before my time comes. There is absolutely, in my mind and in my heart of hearts, there is no doubt that this was meant to be.
I asked one, didn't I?
Next, a clinical art therapist finds an inspiring new coworker in the form of a dog named Tangus who has incredible gifts. We just saw the dramatic impact a wounded dog's final act of compassion made in the life of Mike Arms. Next, we look at the story of Straja Linder King and an exceptional dog who forever inspired her life's work.
Just sleep good, quiet. Good, leaving. Good.
Straja Linder King lives in Calgary, where she's a clinical art therapist and a licensed counselor.
All the work that I do as a licensed counselor involves non-verbal treatment modalities, and hence the animal-assisted therapy is another non-verbal. I work with people where words are inadequate or not quite available or due to trauma are shut right down.
Straja's dog Tumbra works alongside her as a co-therapist and comes from a rare and highly intelligent breed known as Shiloh Shepherds.
We do everything together. We teach together and we work together. We're joined at the hip.
Shiloh Shepherds are a rare breed. They're slightly larger than normal shepherds. They're bred for their intelligence, their stable temperaments. It's their ability to kind of shift with the situation as well as their gentle temperament that make them perfect candidates for therapy work.
But before Tumbra, Straja worked with another amazing co-therapist, Tangus.
I wanted a dog that would challenge me and engage me in a deep way, that was smart, that had innate wisdom that I would work with. I had an art show and met a woman who breeds Shiloh Shepherds in Virginia. The breeder had lined it up so that Tangus was brought to the Calgary airport when I finished that function. I knew that this was going to be a co-therapist, I knew it was going to be a co-teacher, and I knew truly that I would have such a deep engagement with Tangus. Tangus, I knew right from when he was 12 weeks old that he was going to be teaching me as much as I would be doing the training and teaching. It would be, the reciprocity would be big. Tangus had such a presence, it didn't matter where I went, everybody would just stop. Everybody came and circled around him, and you can't train that. He works with right through from little children, preschoolers, right up to the frail elderly, and it is a way to express and to start a dialogue that is very difficult to do between people. Animals have their own innate gifts that help open that up.
Retired nurse Kathy Gates recalls her time with Tangus.
Well, I had seen pet therapy when I worked in inpatient mental health. People would bring their pets in and I could see how patients would respond to that. So I definitely wasn't skeptical. My work with Straja began when I had a client from the community go into a designated assisted living facility, very ill, would retreat, become isolated, wouldn't engage with other residents. My first impression was I wondered how this dog was going to work with people. And the connection that the dog had with the adults, it took them into their own world with him.
The success that dogs have doing therapy work can be attributed to the fact that they have a natural calming influence on people. By petting dogs, it lowers your blood pressure, making you feel more relaxed, lowers that nasty stress hormone cortisol, leaving you feeling calm and more open.
Dr. Connie Varnigan's research helps us further understand the incredible connection we have with dogs.
Dogs are so attuned to people. So we don't share many genes with a dog, right? But we share a ton of genes with a chimpanzee, okay? So you would think that if we are, say, yawning in front of a chimpanzee, the chimpanzee's gonna yawn. Because as humans, if I yawn to you, you're gonna yawn back at me. Okay, chimps don't care. Okay, if we point in the same direction, in one direction, you'd think a chimpanzee is gonna look at it. Not at all. If you yawn at a dog, he'll yawn. If you point in a direction, the dog will look in that direction. So dogs are so attuned to what humans are doing.
Tangus has taught me to let go of reflecting on the past, having fears, anticipatory worries, and staying fully present, because that's what our animals are. They stay present and they are what they are. Us two-leggeds carry a lot of baggage, and dogs go, hey, all we have is right now. So patience, tolerance, unconditional love, safe touch, tactile qualities. Oh my gosh, I could go on and on and on.
Beatrice, this is Tangus. Tangus, Beatrice.
Young people who have experienced trauma often develop trust issues and have difficulty in communicating. So sometimes it's difficult to make that connection. But with Tangus, it allows them to open up in a way that they normally wouldn't do with an adult. Whether it's someone that's facing physical challenges, losses, numerous losses or limitations, even mental disabilities or at-risk youth. Tangus, he's in tune with their emotional state, with where they're at that time, and offers them safe touch. And that's a way for them to begin opening up and allowing them to express themselves fully.
As Tangus grows closer to retirement, he chooses a successor to continue his therapy work.
Tangus got to see 2 litters, 22 puppies, and Tumbra is who he came home with. They were inseparable.
Tangus was really a guide for Tumbra. I noticed that he was the strength in the relationship, and Tumbra would watch. You could see him watching very intently. You could see him following, trying to do what Tangus was doing.
Tangus had an incredible impact on Tumbra's learning because I had Tumbra at Tangus's side for probably 9 months, and it was called Team Tangus, and Tangus expedited his training.
At 9 years old, Tangus is discovered to have an incurable neurological disorder. Straja brings him home from the hospital for what will be his last night.
I sat with him in the backyard for that last night, and I knew that's the saddest part of that, and it was unexpected death.
After Tangus died, I really noticed a change in Tumbra. He began to mature. He began to take on the things that I saw Tangus doing. And I've been quite amazed at how much he's grown in the time that I now have spent with him, in the work that he's done.
Do you want to read?
In the reading program that Straja and Tumbra do, it's a group of children who come from various cultures. Some of them are quite calm, shy. Some of them are extremely anxious. Some have behavioral issues. And when they come in, immediately they are just drawn to the dog. He has an ability to have a whispering ear. He has one ear up and one ear down. And the children are allowed to come up, greet Tumbra. They can whisper a secret in his ear. For some of the children, it's an ability to release something that has been penned up within them. And they know that the dog will keep the secret. And they feel safe in being able to lift up his ear and whisper their secret.
The greatest gift now is the fact that Tangus passed his teachings on to Tumbra. Tangus has irrevocably, truly changed the way that I counsel and the way that I interact with people. He's indelibly marked my soul so that my engagement with animals will be lifelong.
Through Tumbra, Straja Linder-King continues the animal-assisted therapy work she started with Tangus. And Mike Arms remains dedicated to finding homes for animals thanks to the compassionate act of one dying stray. Their work continues to enrich the lives of countless others due to the connection they shared with 2 special animals that will always be remembered as pet heroes.